House parenting is a career unlike any other, where family is part of the experience. It's a full-time job with lifelong impact. Become house parents with your spouse at Milton Hershey School.
January Berkshire Gilts, please make your way to the holding pens. January Berkshire Gilts, Colby McKenzie, Easton Smith, Evelyn Farber, Grace Shoemaker, Jessica Repass, and Lillian Bertier, please make your way to the holding pens with your Berkshire Gilts. And welcome to our breeding swine show. We're kicking off our livestock shows here in the Shipley building in the Eddie Harrison Jr. Memorial Arena. We're going to start our breeding shows today with breeding swine. Our first class is January Berkshire Gilts. We have programs up here on the corner of the table across from me. I might ask them to put them on the bleachers behind me so it's easier for you all to get them. Again, we are ready to start our breeding swine show here this morning at the Carroll County Fair. You will see a variety of different breeds here today. We will be starting with Berkshires. Our class 1 is January Berkshire Gilts. We have 6 entries in this class. Gilts are ranging in age from January 2nd to January 14th. When our ringmen are ready and we have everybody in the pens, we can go ahead and get started in our show today. Again, January Gilts are in the ring.
a nice way to get started here this morning in Maryland. And the young lady that brings us the gilt in that first slot, I think that one sorted itself to the top pretty easily in terms of functionality and getting around the ring. I think that one does the best job at flexing and getting around the ring and having the most shape up high and some turn to its rib. The one in second, it kept coming back to it, and you might not have. It doesn't have quite the expressive rib shape as the one in first, and it doesn't have that 3D look there, but certainly when you get off to the side, it paints a really nice picture. And then we get on down the line, just some hocks we got to trim up in terms of condition today and make them flex about the ring a little better today. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Congratulations to our January Berkshire Gilt exhibitors. First was awarded to Evelyn Farber, second to Colby McKenzie, third to Grace Shoemaker, fourth to Lillian Bertier, fifth to Easton Smith, and sixth to Jessica Repath. We will see Evelyn and Colby back to compete for Champion Burke at the conclusion of our February Gilt class. Our February Gilt class has 2 entries, Bryce Dennis and Grace Shoemaker. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion Berkshire Gilt. If you're following along in your program and you're reading down the program for Class 1, scratch 2, 5, Emma is moved to Class 31, 1, 3, 6, and 4.
A young man that's going to lead off this class. He brings us a gilt that has plenty of shape up high, and I think in comparison to the one behind her, she has the most flex, and I'm not calling her perfect out of her rear tube, but in comparison to that one over here, I'd like to see that one just move a little better out of its hip off that rear tube, but not taking anything away from that hog. It's an up-fronted, tall-shouldered, good-looking hog on its front one-third. I'd just like to fix it in its back half there, but a nice pair of gilts there for those young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of your February Berkshire Gilt class is as follows. Bryce Dennis was first, Grace Shoemaker was second. If you're reading down your program, scratch 1, 2. Back in the ring at this time, we're bringing Evelyn Farber. This gilt was born January 10th, 2026. And Bryce Dennis with his gilt, born February 16th, 2026. We are going to be selecting our champion Berkshire Gilt. That trophy was donated by Steve Weaver Jr. and family. The reserve champion Berkshire Gilt trophy was donated by Legacy Septic, and we do need our Berkshire bores to the holding pens.
We get your class winners back out here for the champion Burke Guild, and just to briefly describe that young lady that came out of that first class, one that I think checks a lot of the boxes in terms of good, moves around the ring and flexes out of her rear too, appropriately, and I think she just balances the best out here. Certainly one that brings a lot of good to the table. And the young man out of that last class, one that you get her settled down and start moving her about. I like that one who's in terms of shape and in a raw shape up high. I just like to fix her in her front 1/3, maybe just extend her up through her shoulder and just free her up. But certainly a good gilt there. With that being said, the young lady here will be your champion, and young man here will be reserve.
We would like to congratulate Evelyn Farver with her January gilt, has just been named your champion Berkshire breeding gilt. Your reserve was Bryce Dennis out of the February class. Class 7 is your Berkshire Boar class. We have 3 exhibitors, Alyssa Spielman, Evan Shoemaker, and Grace Shoemaker. This will be automatically the selection of your champion Berkshire and your champion Berkshire Boar. That award is donated by Hickory Hollow Farm, Chris and Megan Weaver.
A young lady that's going to go ahead and win the class. Brings us an easy to look at kind of boar, one that just floats around the ring and flexes off both sides of its skeleton, and just runs uphill and tall-shouldered and is really good on the side there. One that you can really appreciate. The young man in second here, one that you got to appreciate in terms of mass and center of cage to that one. I'd just like to free him up off his rear too and make him flex a little better to go any higher today, but certainly one that packs a little bit of a punch. And the one that's going to round out the class, one that just packs a big punch. I just wish we could put it on a little better set of running gear, maybe stomping it up at the ground and let him flex off either side of his skeleton there. But certainly a nice group for those young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of your Berkshire Boar class. Your champion Berkshire Boar was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. That boar was born February 5th, 2026. Evan Shoemaker was in second and Grace Shoemaker third. We will see Alyssa's boar back at the end of the show. as they compete for overall for our breeding show. We have one pair of gilts. That pair of gilts is exhibited by Grace Shoemaker, and that should automatically be your champion pair of Berkshire gilts. We are looking for our Duroc breeding gilts to make their way to the holding pen. Class 11 and 12 to the holding pen. Class 11 and 12 Duroc breeding gilts to the holding pen.
A nice single entry for the Paris class here, and the young lady brings us a pair of gilts. I think that are pretty similar in their type and kind, and in their build, and and they represent what the breeds should be, and very nicely presented, and they do a very good job. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Results of your Berkshire pair of gilts class. Your champion pair of Berk gilts was exhibited by Grace Shoemaker. That trophy was donated by Bob and Terry McAndrew. We're ready to move into Class 11 at this time. Class 11 is January Duroc breeding gilts. We have a single entry in that class.
No, there's not. That's a, oh, that is a breeding. Never mind. I thought it was a 4. What? You're fine. I thought we had 2 classes of gilts, but number 2. So, well, we have 3 classes. We should have just bought all 3 of them out and get them all first place ribbon and pick this in. I know. I'm old.
You're getting paid by the hour.
I know. Why?
You get paid.
A young man brings us a single entry Duroc here, and one that I think puts all the pieces together. She's up-headed and tall-shouldered and awfully good from the side. I'll be excited to get that one back out here a little later on for your champion gilt. Let's give that young man a round of applause.
Congratulations. Your Class 11 January Duroc breeding gilt, first place was Graham Hester. If you're following along in our program, scratch 1. Class 12 February Duroc breeding gilts, we have a single entry from Emma Harrison.
Another single entry the young lady brings us in, a good made kind of gilt from the side, and one that is highly presented and looks really good out here, and I'll be interested to see her back out here in a little while. Let's give her a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate our February Duroc breeding gilt exhibitor, Emma Harrison, first place. We're now going to bring in our single entry March Duroc breeding gilt. We have Alyssa Spielman. This gilt was born March 5th, 2026.
Yeah, well, I want to talk to him, but I want to know if he's still.
another single entry out here, and the young lady brings us a really stout-made kind of gilt and is tall-shouldered and up-headed, and the one that gets out and moves about the ring how they should. I'll be interested to see the three of them back out here in a short bit. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, Alyssa, for winning our March Duroc Breeding Guild class. At this time, we're bringing Graham Hester back from class 11, Emma Harrison from class 12, and Alyssa Spielman from class 13 to select our champion Duroc Gilt. The champion Duroc Gilt trophy was donated by Greg and Beth Hester. Your reserve champion Duroc Gilt trophy was donated by Wildlife Taxidermy, James and Marybelle Wood.
Young lady that's going to go ahead and win the Duroc Gilts here, I think brings one that sorted its way right to the top, one that's stout at the ground and the most opened up coming at you and going away. I think that one is dead level topped and runs uphill and is very good in their type and kind, and we'll go down the road and make some good babies. And not taking anything away from the young man in reserve there. One that you got to appreciate from the side. She's tall-shouldered, she runs uphill, and when you get in behind her, she gets a little flatter made. She's not quite as opened up at the ground as the one ahead of her, but certainly one that offers a lot of good there from the side as a breeding gilt. And the one that's going to round out the class, I think, is a very highly presented gilt. Goes about the ring how she should. I'd just like to stouten her up right there in the rear too and make her go a little better to move any higher today. But let's give those young people a hand. We would like to congratulate your champion Duroc Breeding Guild exhibitor, Alyssa Spielman. That gilt came out of your March class. Your reserve champion Duroc Breeding Guild was Graham Hester, and that was a January. We now are showing our Duroc brewers. We have two entries, Graham Hester. This is a January 10th, 2026 boar, and Jessica Repass with a January 7th, 2026 boar. Your champion boar trophy was donated by John and Diane Thomas. The young man that's going to win brings us a tall-shouldered, run-uphill kind of boar, and in comparison to one behind her, I think he's just that much better at the ground. He's a little better up on his toes, and he flexes about the ring. He may not have the raw muscle shape that one over in the corner does, but you got to appreciate the flexibility and the skeleton on that one, and I think that thing will bring a lot of good to someone's program. Not taking anything away from the young lady coming at me here. a stout-made kind of boar. I just wish we could make him move a little better off his rear too. He wants to get a little piecey in his ham-loin junction there, and he wants to get a little flatter-footed in comparison to one higher, but one that certainly packs a lot of punch and brings a lot of shape and muscle to the table. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
We would like to congratulate Graham Hester on exhibiting your champion Duroc boar, and Jessica Repass was second in that class. Just an announcement to all our boar exhibitors. When you come in with a boar, you're supposed to have someone following you with a board in case we have an issue in the ring. So in our future board classes, if someone could follow your exhibitor in with a board, we'd appreciate it. We're moving right along. We're going into our January A or B light purebred breeding gilts. This group includes your Chesters, your Landrace, and your Yorkshires. Our class of Januaries has 4 entries. We're looking for Abigail Shields, Jenna Repass, Mason Spielman, and Meredith Handelman. Again, moving into January light purebreds, Chesters, Landrace, and Yorkshires. If you have class 22, you can start making your way to the holding pen. We are looking for Abigail Shields, Jenna Repass, Mason Spielman, and Meredith Handelman. I should have 4 entries in this January class.
The young man that's going to lead off the class brings us a really good made kind of hog, one that gets about the ring and flexes off either side, is tall-shouldered and runs uphill, and I think just checks the most boxes for me today in this particular class, kind of a little bit of a fall-free kind of hog. The one coming out in second, one that you got to appreciate for the raw shape up high and what she brings to the table there. Maria, she is right there at the ground. I'd like to make her flex a little better out of her rear too and drop her down in her flank to proportion her body just a little better, but certainly one that offers a lot of shape and muscle there. The young lady in third, one that in terms of shape and muscle is probably sorts herself to the top. For as big and bulky as she is up high, I'd like to just match that at the ground, stouten her up, and maybe give her a little better hide and hair today to go any higher. And the one that's going to round out the class, just kind of a plain kind of hog up through its front end. It doesn't really offer too much muscle shape, but certainly one that from a skeleton standpoint just flexes and moves around the ring how they should. But let's give those young people a round of applause.
Congratulations to our January AOB Light purebred gilts. They were actually a class of Yorkshire gilts. First went to Mason Spielman, second to Abigail Shields, third to Jenna Repass, and fourth to Meredith Handelman. If you're reading down the program, 2, 3, 1, 4. In the ring at this time, we have class 22. This will be your February class of all other breeds light. We have 4 entries: Delaney Smith, Estella Gover, Kylie Medlin, and Maggie Rabiati. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion AOB light.
Young lady that's going to win the class, I think brings us a fault-free kind of gilt, one that motors around the ring, and I think what separates the two, I think she carries her rear leg just a hair better than that one over there. When she steps, she plants and pushes, and everything's headed in the right direction. I think a fault-free kind of gilt that just lands there pretty easily for me. A young lady in second, a big burly kind of gilt, got some raw shape, and that's probably where she excels over that class winner. And like I said, I'd like to see that one carry her rear leg just a little bit better to move any higher today, and maybe just smooth her into her shoulder, into her neck, where that all ties in, but certainly a really nice hog. And the one coming out next, one that just kind of gets a little plainer in its type and kind and build, and we just need to drop it down in its belly, give it and just proportionate give it some more proportion across its, from the side there to move any higher, and the one that's going to round out the class. One that brings a lot of shape up high. I just like to balance her a little better and put a little extra chub on her to go any higher today. But certainly a nice group for those young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
We would like to congratulate our February AOB Light exhibitors. First was exhibited by Estella Dover, second by Kylie Medlin, third by Maggie Rabiati, and fourth by Delaney Smith. We're now going to select your champion and reserve champion AOB Light. From class 21, we bring Mason Spielman back. This Yorkshire Gilt was born January 9th. And Estella is exhibiting a Chester White with a birth date of February 8th. In the waiting pens, we have Kylie Medlin from class 22 and Abigail Shields from class 21. Your champion AOB Light trophy was donated by Jim, Katie, Elliot, Emmett, and Elizabeth Weishauer, and your reserve champion was donated by Jamie and Pam Green. We are looking for our AOB Light boars to make their way to ringside. Thank you.
We bring your class winners back out for your champion Light AOB, and there's a young lady here in front of me. Just to briefly describe again, one that you have to appreciate from the side and the proportionality that she brings to the table, and certainly brings enough muscle and enough shape to the table. One that you just got to appreciate for her build and her type and kind, and one that I can tie into pretty well. The young man out of that, the other class with the York Appearing Gilt, one that from the side, she does proportionalize very well and is good up to her front end and brings some shape up high. Where my issue lies with that one is right there in the rear too. She wants to hawk in, and she's not as opened up when she takes that step as that one ahead of her. The young lady over here will be your champion, and the young man will be reserved. Nice job.
We would like to congratulate Estella Gover. She was named champion AOB Light, and Mason Spielman was your reserve champion. We now have 2 entries in our boar class. We have Delaney Smith, she's exhibiting a Chester, and we have Jenna Repass, who is exhibiting a Yorkshire boar. At the conclusion of this class, we will be moving into our AOB Dark. That purebred division includes Hampshires, Herefords, Spots, Tamworths, and we are looking for Class 31. Class 31, make your way to the ready ring.
A young lady that's going to lead off the class with the boar in the back there. One that is stout stalled and stout at the ground, and you appreciate for the muscle shape up high. One that I think surfaced to the top pretty easily. And the young lady in second, not taking anything away from her. That boar is ripped up high, and there's a lot of muscle shape. I just like to see him flex a little better off his rear too there to go any higher today. But let's give those young people a round of applause.
Congratulations. Results of Class 27, and your champion AOB Light Boar was Jenna Repass. That boy was born January 6, 2026. And your second place was awarded to Delaney Smith. We're now ready for Class 31. This is your purebred all other breeds dark division. The following exhibitors have gilts born in January. We're looking for 6 entries, including Delaney Smith, Emma Harrison, Jenna Repass, Jessica Repass, Kylie Medlin, and Emma Arball is a write-in. Oh, I'm sorry, that keeps going on the back. So, looks like we have 9 entries. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, we're at 10. 10 dark, purebred gilts born in the month of January. 10 head. If you have a February gilt, you can just hold. It's going to take a few minutes to work through this January class. Again, we should have 10 exhibitors. It looks like 4 from Kylie Medlin, 1 from Lloyd Arball, Delaney Smith, Emma Harrison, Jessica and Jenna Repass, and Emma Arball.
young lady that's going to go ahead and lead off the class here brings us a hamp appearing gilt, that one that I tied right into as soon as she hit the ring. Yeah, that one is square, made up high, and it is big and bold through her center rib, and one that you just got to appreciate for all the good that she brings to the table, one that you can tie into pretty easily. Nice gilt for that young lady. The young lady bringing out the tam appearing gilt, one that from the side paints a really nice picture in terms of open up at the ground and stoutness at the ground compared to that hamp gilt. I just like to open her up at the ground, make her just a little bit stouter and squarer in her build there, but certainly one that offers a lot of good from the side. The young lady in third, one that from the side you got to appreciate, paints a really nice picture, long necked and gets about the ring, just kind of loses gas on her top side of her skeleton there. I'd like to just pack a little more punch for her to move any higher. And the young people coming on down the line, just some hogs we got to fix in terms of skeletal design and condition today to go any higher. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
We will have the results of that class in just a moment, but we are going to move on to class 32. This is your February class. We have a single entry. We have a single entry from Boone Harrison. This gilt is a Hereford and born February 2nd. Results of class 31 are as follows. First place was awarded to Jessica Repass with a Hampshire. Second to Kylie Medlin. Third to Emma Harrison. Fourth to Kylie Medlin. Fifth to Kylie Medlin. Sixth to Kylie Medlin. Seventh to Jenna Repass. Eighth to Delaney Smith. 9th to Lloyd Arball, and 10th to Emma Arball. If you're reading down the list, class 31 is as follows. Scratch, scratch, 8, 3, 7, 1, 2, 10, 5, 6, 4, scratch, 9, scratch.
A single entry gilt here, and one that you appreciate from the easy flushing kind of gilt, one that is good in the front shoulder there, and one that just brings some good to the table for that young man. I'll be interested to get her back out here as we sort through these next couple classes. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, Boone Harrison, for winning class 32. We're now going to select your champion AOB dart. We are going to bring back Jessica with her Hampshire from class 31 and Boone Harrison from class 32. We do have Kylie Medlin with a tam from class 31 as a second place in contention. Your champion trophy was donated by Kippy's Repair Service, Mr. Kenny Nussbaum. And your reserve was donated by Kim and Drew Perry and Farm, Mike and Wanda Rawlings. We do need our AOB Dark Board ringside.
Before we bring your class winners back out here for your champion Dark AOB, and the one out of that first class, man, that thing is so good up high and is square up high, and like I described her in class, that one is just hard to poke a hole in this particular division. Certainly a nice gilt there. That single entry that comes out next, one that we appreciate it for its fleshiness and its front shoulder, but when it gets out here, it just kind of runs into a little bit of a buzzsaw of a gilt ahead of it. And then as we sort through, we brought that second back out of that class, and one that I think pairs very well just with that one, and I think they do a good job. She brings a lot of good to the table in comparison to that one. I'll go ahead and keep this pair here together for your champion and reserve AOB Dark. Nice job.
Jessica, you dropped your brush. But we would like to congratulate Jessica Repass with her Hampshire as being named champion AOB Dark. And your reserve champion AOB Dark is Kylie Medlin with her Tamworth. We are now going to bring our single entry AOB Dark boar into the ring. This is being exhibited by Jenna Repass. Your champion AOB board trophy was donated by Rusty Iron Farm, Dean and Della Leister.
The young lady brings us a single entry boar here, one that you got to appreciate for the shape and squareness to its top side of its skeleton. A big old stout skull on that guy. Very nice single entry there for that young lady. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your champion Dark AOB boar was exhibited by Jenna Repass. That does conclude our purebred portion of the show. We are now going to move into your crossbred division. We have 2 entries, a January class 41 with Emma Harrison, and a February class from Alyssa Spielman. Both of those exhibitors are going to receive a first place ribbon. And we are going to select the champion and reserve champion crossbred at this time from those 2 exhibitors. Again, your January crossbred gilt is being exhibited by Emma Harrison. Your February crossbred gilt is being exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. Your champion crossbred breeding gilt trophy is donated by Bounds Accounting, Mr. Wilson Bounds. And your reserve champion crossbred breeding gilt trophy is donated by Biddy's Beauty Bar, Laura Bittinger. We do need all breed champions, all breed champion gilts. Please make your way to the holding pens at this time. Breed champion gilts to the holding pen.
young lady that leads off the class here, brings us a super good made one up through her front 1/3, and clean about her jowl, has a short stout snout on her, and get off to the side of her, and she just balances up really nice. And is she the most shapely up high? Probably not, but certainly brings enough to go ahead and lead off that class. The young lady coming out next, one you got to appreciate for the shape up high and the crease down her top. It's where we get off the side to her, and her belly, and the way she carries her back leg and her hip. I'd just like to balance that up a little better to go any higher today, but certainly a nice pair of them there for those young ladies. Let's give them a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate Alyssa Spielman for exhibiting your champion crossbred gilt, and Emma Harrison for exhibiting your reserve champion crossbred gilt. For those of you following along in the program, please be aware that we are only selecting a Supreme Champion breeding gilt, so we need none of the reserves back. Again, we do not need any reserves back in the holding pens. We're only picking a Supreme. We're getting ready to select our Supreme Champion breeding gilt. Your Berkshire Champion gilt was exhibited by Evelyn Farver and came out of our January class. Your Champion Duroc was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman and was from our March category. Your Champion AOB Light was exhibited by Estella Gover. Your Champion AOB Dark was exhibited by Jessica Repass. And your Champion Crossbred was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. As our judge selects our Supreme Champion gilt, just a reminder to please bring your boars to ringside at this time. I'd like to introduce our judge. Ryan Driscoll grew up in Western Pennsylvania and earned a bachelor's degree in business management from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. He currently serves as the manager of Cambria Ready Mixed Concrete in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, where he sees the daily operations of the company while maintaining a strong commitment to community service and construction industry. Ryan's passion for agriculture began through 4-H, where he competitively exhibited pigs, goats, and cattle at both county and state levels. Today, Ryan and his fiancee Gabby own and operate Driscoll Show Goats, where they are dedicated to raising, marketing, and promoting competitive club goats. Together, they are committed to producing quality livestock while helping youth exhibitors achieve success in the show ring and out of the show ring. In addition to managing their herd, Ryan travels throughout the country serving as a livestock judge at county and state fairs. He enjoys evaluating quality livestock, sharing his knowledge with exhibitors, and supporting the next generation of agriculture leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and thank Judge Driscoll for being here with us today.
if you would put your hands together for the young people in the ring here for bringing us an ultra good set of gilts here, and certainly a nice way to start off the day here in Maryland. And we got some goats and sheep to sort through here a little later on, but certainly, I'm not going to, stand here and get up on my soapbox, but just want to commend the young people that brought the breeding gilts today. Certainly nice a group, and your young people are excellent in the show ring. And then if you're in the back, don't get discouraged. I've been there more times than I've been out here. I know what it feels like. Just put your nose down and work a little harder next year, and you might get out here. But certainly just an excellent group of kids and hogs. I'm not going to describe every single one of them. There was one that, in that particular division just punched me right in the chest and, and said that I need to win. And we drop them back out here, and then she does the same exact thing. That thing is so good in her shoulder and runs uphill, and she's stout at the ground, and one that you just got to appreciate for the balance and the way she just ties everything together. With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a Supreme breeding gilt.
We'd like to congratulate Alyssa Spielman. Her gilt has been named the Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt at the Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair for 2026. And that came from our Duroc division. We are going to now select our Supreme Champion boar. We would appreciate those exhibitors to come with someone with a board into the show ring while we're making this selection. If you have a breeding producer entry, you can start getting them ready and making your way to the holding area. Your champion Berkshire boar was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. She's just going to take a minute here. She's been a little busy. Here comes Alyssa with her champion Berkshire boar. Your champion Duroc boar was exhibited by Graham Hester. Your champion Light AOB was exhibited by Jenna Repass. Your champion Dark AOB boar was exhibited by Jenna Repass. And we did not have a crossbred boar, so this is your Supreme Champion boar lineup.
We bring your division champions back out for a Supreme boar, and again, I'm not going to go through and describe each and every one of them. Just to give you a little insight in there, whether we're talking goats, sheep, cattle, pigs, they all got to be built the same. They got to get around, they got to move, they got to get to the feeder, and they got to be built right, and all the while bringing a little, some of the extra bells and whistles to the table. And I think there's one out here that just kind of excels in those terms. Awfully good build, really good from the side, brings enough muscle to the table. I wouldn't say that he packs the biggest punch out here, but certainly one of that is just skeletally right, moves around the ring, and is ultra good in its type and kind. With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a Supreme Boar.
And your Supreme Boar came out of our Berkshire division and was exhibited by Alyssa Spielman. So congratulations to Alyssa Spielman on your Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt. That trophy was donated by Scott and Danielle Natz, and the cooler was donated by Carroll County Farm Bureau Women's Committee. Your Supreme Champion Boar Trophy was donated by J.E. Turnbull Plumbing and Heating, and the cooler was donated by Dennis and Debbie Utz. I do believe we have a breeding producer class that will follow. We're going to be doing a breeding producer class at this time. For those of you ringside or maybe listening at home, I'd like to explain what the breeding producer class is. So this class is a lot about the exhibitor and their decisions they've made. All these exhibitors have the mama pig at home. They made the decision on how they should breed it. They were there through the breeding process, through the gestation, and through the delivery of the litter of pigs. They then selected their favorite, which they are exhibiting here in the ring. As you will see, our judge will talk to those exhibitors. They may ask about their feeding program or their breeding program and why they've made the decisions that they made to produce the gilts they're showing here today. From this information and the quality of the pig they're showing, our judge will then select your champion breeder. This is all about a process. Some of these 4-H'ers have spent years putting these breedings together to produce what you see in the ring today.
Abby and Sadie.
I'd like to announce the 4-H breeder producers in this class. We have Alyssa Spielman, Emma Harrison, Grace Shoemaker, Graham Hester, Mason Spielman. They are your junior producers that you see here in the ring.
We get out here for your producer class, and if I'm being honest, this is probably my first time that I've ever sorted the division like this. And as we worked through them, I found some enjoyment, and it was actually pretty fun to hear their story and where they started, how far they've came, and what they're doing with their program. Because I once was in their shoes and trying to get my foot in the door and try to raise goats and make a name for myself. And the young man that's going to lead off the class, it's his first year raising pigs, and certainly brought a very good kind of gilt and has done an excellent job. And I think he has a bright future ahead of him. And keep up the good work there. And the young lady in second, one that brings an impressive set of pigs, does an awesome job showing. Have to highly commend her. In no particular deciding decision. I enjoyed hearing their story and where they are, and I got to appreciate the young man that is making a go at his program, and so much, and so on and so forth for the other young people. Keep up the good work, and keep raising stock. I know it's not easy. There's a lot of long days and hard decisions to be made, but stick it out. It is worth it, and it is a great life to live. So let's give those young people a round of applause.
If our champion division winners can make their way to the backdrop, we will be taking pictures at this time. Additionally, it is almost 9:50. So we are going to look at a start time for your goat show to start at 10:20. That's 30 minutes. That'll give our judge time to take pictures. Again, goat exhibitors, we are looking to start your show at 10:20. 10:20, goat exhibitors, we will start your breeding show. Thank you.
House parenting is a career unlike any other, where family is part of the experience. It's a full-time job with lifelong impact. Become house parents with your spouse at Milton Hershey School.
He is your champion breed producer with his Duroc gilt. Second went to Alyssa Spielman. She exhibited a Duroc. Third went to Mason Spielman with a Yorkshire. Fourth to Emma Harrison with a Hereford. And fifth to Grace Shoemaker. Your champion producer trophy was donated by Larry and Sharon Natz. We will be back in about a half an hour with your goat show. Thank you.
see how all that. I hate running sound like that. That's horrible.
Yeah, I agree.
Test. That doesn't sound bad. No. So it's that one. Right?
Sounds the same in here.
some point where you can't understand what I'm saying? Okay. So he can. Yes, he can. He can understand what I'm saying. Okay. Or he can or he can't understand what I'm saying. I'm confused of what I'm confused with. I gotta get to that. Yeah. Okay. So, but the mic did not sound distorted, correct? Can you put Brian on headset? Like talk to him for a second? Alright, can you just confirm, because right now it should be set to mic and the gain is set to low, is that correct? Okay. We set it to yesterday and we didn't have any, at least Rachel didn't tell me if I sounded distorted. So, hold on,
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. This announcement is for anyone who is parked around the Shipley Arena or near the rabbit barn. You need to move your vehicles immediately. Rabbit exhibitors are trying to enter their rabbits and you are blocking those exhibitors from getting in and out of the rabbit barn. If you are parked around the Shipley Arena, the committee has asked that you please move your vehicle at this time. It is too early in the week to have to threaten you with towing. Please move your vehicle to the Gazelle lot at this time. Thank you.
House parenting is a career unlike any other, where family is part of the experience. It's a full-time job with lifelong impact. Become house parents with your spouse at Milton Hershey School.
Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair in the Eddie Harrison Jr. Memorial Arena in memory of Janie and Eddie Harrison Jr. Class 1 is Commercial Junior Doe Kid under 3 months, single entry by Emma Harrison. That means I need Class 2 to ringside.
We get started back over here in the breeding goat show, and the young lady brings us a single entry, and one that is certainly good in their type and kind and build up through her front 1/3 there. I'll be interested to see her back out here in the drive. Let's give her a round of applause.
Results of Class 1, Commercial Junior Doe Kid under 3 months. First place was awarded to Emma Harrison. We're now ready for Class 2. We have 8 entries in this class. Class 2 consists of Commercial Junior Doe kids 3 to 6 months of age. Birth dates on these doe kids is March 30th to April 14th. Again, we have 8 entries. Special this year, we would like to announce that our novice meat breeding exhibitors will be receiving a keychain from the Boone family in memory of Phil Boone, who passed away in July 2026. Phil was a dedicated fair volunteer and a member of the Meat Goat Committee for years. We would like to thank the Boone family and pass along our sincere condolences for his passing. Exhibitors who win an award who will receive an award of some kind, please get thank you cards from the table. We also have stamps that were provided by Hens, Hooves, and Honey from Hampstead.
a young man that's going to go ahead and lead off the class. I think brings a doe that surfaces to the top pretty handily to me. One that just is so complete and from the side and comparative to the mates here behind her. One that is good fronted and short bladed and long necked and good skulled. One that you can certainly appreciate for all the good it brings. The young lady in second, one that is a little immature today, and I know that she's a pretty young kind of doe, but you get really down and study her. She has some really good pieces to her. She just needs some time to get some bloom on her and mature, and and she might even push to win the class later on down the road, but certainly one that brings some good to the table. And the young lady in third, one that, from the side you appreciate from the balance on her front 1/3. I just like to stouten that one up in her handle and at the ground to move any higher today. And similar story on down through the line here. We just need to pack a little more groceries into these goats and get a little more shape and muscle to go any higher today. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Results of Class 2 Commercial Junior Doe Kids 3 to under 6 months is as follows. Congratulations, Wyatt Keeney. That was a write-in. Second was Elena Enoff. Third was Emma Cole. Fourth, Hope Rittinger. Fifth is Maya Malik. Sixth, Riley Barron. Seventh, Hope Rittinger. And eighth, Brooke Schneider. If you're following along in the program, reading down, 7, scratch, 4, 3, 6, 8, 5, 2, and 1. Into the ring at this time, we have your commercial junior kid, doe kid, 6 to 9 months. We have 8 entries in this class. Exhibitors include Alyssa Costa, Elliot Weishauer, Alyssa Costa, Elliot Weishauer, Lloyd Arbaugh, Hope Rittinger, 2 exhibits, and Emma Harrison.
when we get back out here, and I don't think in this particular lineup, there's one that, just absolutely punches you right in the chest and, says that you have to use me. I think there's some give and take between the three of them and on down the line here. The one that I'm going to lead off with, I think puts the most good together in terms of handle and shape up high. I'd just like to see that one just maybe a little stouter at the ground and a little neater design right there in her shoulder blade and how she ties her neck into the top side of that shoulder. But certainly one that puts it together to the best in this particular group. The young man coming out next, one that you appreciate at the ground. She's stout, she's got a big foot on her, one that you get your hands on her in comparison to that one ahead of her, one that just doesn't handle with quite the expressive shape right there out of the backside of her blade and down through her top. But you got to appreciate in her build and how she gets about the ring. I'd just like to see her handle a little better today, not to go any higher. And the young man in third is one that brings out just a nice made kind of doe, proportions really well from the side. I'd just like to see her handle with just a little more shape up top, a little harder to the touch, but certainly just a nice complete goat there for that young man. And we get on down the line. We just got to pack some more muscle in these things. We're in a commercial division here. Just some, we're raising meat goats. We need to just put a little more meat in them to go any higher today, but certainly a nice group of goats there for these young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 3 Commercial Junior Doe Kids 6 to 9 months. Congratulations to Alyssa Costa first, Elliot Weisschauer second and third. Fourth was awarded to Emma Harrison, fifth to Hope Rittinger, sixth to Alyssa Costa, seven to Hope Rittinger, and eighth to Lloyd Arball. If you're following along in the program, 6, 2, 1, 3, 8, 7, 5, and 4. We're now going to select your champion and reserve champion junior division doe. From Class 1, we have Emma Harrison. This doe has a birth date of April 20th. From Class 2, we have Wyatt Keeney. This doe's birth date was March 30th, 2026. And from our last class is Alyssa Costa with a birth date of 1/5/2026. Your seconds are as follows. From our 3 to 6 month class is Elena Enoff. And from our 6 to 9 month class is Elliot Weisschauer with a doe's birth date of January 9th. Your sponsor for your champion is Cal Razy Cleaning. And your reserve sponsor is David and Laura Zeppin family.
We get your class winners back out here for a division drive and just briefly describe them. That class 1, the single entry, you drop her back out here in the mix, and one that is built good, and she is good from the side and good necked, and just maybe just runs out of gas in this particular lineup. We want to pack a little more muscle on her, one that we can just, it could stand to use a little more heavier bone there at the ground, but certainly a nice doe for that young lady. Out of that second class, the young man, we talked about her front 1/3, and she's good in her shoulder, and she's good necked, and appreciate her skull. I think in this particular lineup, just one that kind of runs out of gas in terms of handle up high and true muscle shape, but certainly one from the side that paints a really nice picture. And the one out of that last class, we talked about maybe just wanting to tie that thing together a little bit better in its shoulder and neck, but certainly one that I think in a commercial Division I drive, brings a lot of good. She handles good up high, she handles good down through her loin. You might just want to stouten her up at the ground. I think there's some give or take here, and then when we'll get back out here and then drop the second in for reserve, I think there's a pair of them that are just going to stick together and go through the division here. With that being said, I'll get you a champion and a reserve.
Yep, I got him. Elliot, out of the last class.
Your champion and reserve champion junior doe commercial doe came from class 3. Your champion was exhibited by Alyssa Costa and your reserve by Elliot Weishauer. We're now ready to move into class 7. These does range in age from 12 to 16 months. We have 2 in this class, Emma Cole and Riley Barron. We are looking for class 8. Your commercial yearling does need to be lining up with Dr. Wagner at this time. Class 8, lining up with Dr. Wagner, please.
Young lady brings us easy flushing kind of doe that to lead off the class. One that I think in comparison to the one behind her, she's more opened up at the ground. She comes with a little better handle up high there. One that I think just ties it all together into a neat package there to go ahead and lead off the class. The young lady coming out next, I think the advantage with this one over that one is how short-bladed she is and her neck set and where she ties in on the top side of that blade. She just kind of runs out of gas up high. She doesn't have the handle the one that ahead of her has, or one that we just want to open her up at the ground a little bit more to go any higher today. But a nice group of does there for those young ladies. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of your yearling doe class 7, 12 to 16 months. First was awarded to Riley Barron and second to Emma Cole. Class 8 is in the ring. Class 8, this is your commercial yearling doe, 16 to under 20 months. We have 3 entries: Violet Miller, Gwen Boyle, Ariella Currents. At the conclusion of this class, we will select our yearling doe division champion.
A young lady that leads off the class brings us a stout-skulled one that it definitely has a lot of look and presence there in her front 1/3 that you have to appreciate. And you get your hands on her, she surely doesn't disappoint you. She has plenty of shape and muscle up high. I think that one down the road, it will make some nice commercial goats wherever she will land. A nice way to start off the class. The young lady in second brings us a red doe, big burly kind of doe, but one that just kind of runs out of gas and handle up high. Doesn't really handle with quite the expressive muscle shape as that one does, but certainly one you have to appreciate from the side and how she proportions in her underline there. But a nice doe there for that young lady. And the dapple doe that's going to round out the class. One that is just, we need to pack a little more punch to move a little higher, open her up at the ground, but certainly one that is built good in her front 1/3 and in her shoulder. Certainly a nice doe for that young lady. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 8 exhibitors. First was awarded to Gwen Boyle, second to Violet Miller, and third to Ariella Currents. Reading down your program, 2, 1, 3. We are now going to select your champion yearling doe, champion in reserve. Representing Class 7, 12 to 16 months is Riley Barron, was first, and Emma Cole is your second. From our last class of 16 to 20 month does is Gwen Boyle first and Violet Miller second. Your champion yearling doe division is sponsored by Lime Borough 4-H, and your reserve is sponsored by Farm and Harvest Services. We are looking for the following exhibitors to start making their way to the makeup area. Exhibitors in Class 12 and 13. Again, Class 12 and 13.
We bring your class winners and seconds back out for your yearling division drive, and just briefly what I'm seeing, that one out of that first class, one that is good made, from the side, and one that you have to appreciate in how level she is. One that just might not have all the bells and whistles in a commercial division drive, but certainly one you got to appreciate for her practicality and good kind of dough. But one out of that second class, one that is stout-skulled and is good-shouldered and has a big square back laid in her. Is she perfect in her underline? Probably not. We want to balance her up just a little bit. I think that one is for a commercial kind of type of goat, one that kind of suits that bill a little better. And we get into the reserves. I think there's a pair of them that that'll run together and they kind of complement each other and type and kind that we're going to go with here. And with that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve.
We'd like to congratulate our champion commercial yearling doe exhibitor, Gwen Boyle, and your reserve was exhibited by Violet Miller. We're now exhibiting your commercial senior 2-year-old does, 24 to under 36 months. We have 2 entries, Emma Harrison and Hope Rittinger.
The young lady that's going to lead off the class brings us a really good made kind of doe, fault-free, one that you can't really poke a hole in. I think in this comparison, she's carrying a little better condition today for me. It's certainly one that is cleaner chested, longer necked, good shouldered. Just a nice way to go ahead and start off the class. The young lady coming out next, a big burly kind of doe that certainly is going to put some big burly kids on the ground down the road. Today I'd just like to clean her chest up and push it up in her and maybe take a little bark off the tree there, so to speak. Just kind of pushing a little extra condition today. I'd like to level her out through her top, but certainly a big burly kind of doe that'll do a lot of good for her down the road. Let's give those young ladies a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate our exhibitors in Class 12. First went to Emma Harrison and second to Hope Rittinger. We're entering Class 13 at this time. This class consists of your commercial senior age does, 36 plus months. We have 5 entries in this class, including Riley Barron, Emma Cole, Gwen Boyle, Emma Cole, and Alyssa Costa. At the conclusion of this class, we will select your champion and reserve champion senior female.
are the doe that's going to go ahead and lead off this this senior division class. One that you got to appreciate from the side. And you get off the side of her, her shoulder and her neck set, and the way she ties into that front 1/3 is so elegant. And yet you get your hands on her. She still has some shape for being an older, mature doe, and one you got to appreciate for how stout she is. I think she just ties it all together proportionally through her belly line there, and one that you just get off the side and to appreciate. The one in second, one you got to, she's big and square and opened up at the ground. I just got to fix her in her shoulder. I got to stretch her out of her neck. She does tie really good on the top side of that blade. I just got to stretch her out a little bit and pick her up on her tail set and level her out to move any higher. It's certainly a big, wide made doe there in second. And the young lady come out next. Just a practicality kind of doe, one that gets around the ring and a good set of feet and legs, just runs out of gas right there. I'd like to open her up at the ground and give her a little more meat and muscle there on the top side of her skeleton to go any higher. Just a nice practical kind of doe there next. And we get on down the line. We just got to fix these things in terms of structure, in the way they carry their hip and their hind leg to go any higher today. But let's give those young people a round of applause.
Results of Class 13, commercial senior age does. First was awarded to Gwen Boyle, second to Alyssa Costa, third to Emma Cole, fourth to Riley Barron, and fifth to Emma Cole. If you're reading down your program, 4, 3, 1, 5, 2. In the ring at this time, we're going to select your champion and reserve champion senior division doe. Representing Class 12, we have Emma Harrison, and her second was Hope Ridinger. From Class 13, we have Gwen Boyle, and her second was Alyssa Costa. Your champion is sponsored by J&H Poultry Products, and your reserve is sponsored by High Ridge Farms. We need our division champions at the makeup area. Again, division champions and reserves, you are needed at the makeup area at this time.
We bring your class winners back out here, and one that I think that there's a pair of them that suit me very well, and they complement each other in their type and kind, and the kind of mold that I'm trying to look for. I think there's one that kind of handles with a little bit more shape and a little bit stouter at the ground, and then the one that closely follows behind it. I think it if it's just a little stouter and a little squarer made, would be going higher today. But I think that they pair well, and I think one that is very good, and the reserve is right on the heels of it. But with that being said, I'll get you a champion and a reserve.
Results of your senior division championship is as follows. Congratulations to Gwen Boyle from Class 13, and Emma Harrison was your reserve senior division doe from Class 12. We are now ready to select your grand and reserve grand champion commercial doe. Your champion doe kid was exhibited by Alyssa Costa. Your champion doe kid was exhibited by Alyssa Costa. Your reserve in that division was awarded to Elliot Warschauer. Your yearling doe division champion is Gwen Boyle. The reserve in that division was Violet Miller. And from our senior doe division, your champion was exhibited by Gwen Boyle and your reserve by Emma Harrison. We would like to thank our sponsors for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Awards. Your Grand Champion Award was sponsored by Bounds Accounting and Tax Services, and your Reserve Grand Champion was sponsored by North Carroll Veterinary Services. At this time, if you have a bred and owned commercial doe, please start lining up in the makeup area. Exhibitors, you can only bring one bred and owned doe in for the bred and owned commercial doe class. Again, you can only bring back one.
We bring your division winners back out here for the overall commercial doe drive, and yeah, I think just briefly describe them. That class or that Division 1 doe, yeah, I think she she is at a comparatively in the group. She handles the best on the top side of her skeleton there. I think she ties a very good package together, as a commercial doe type, one that it fits my type and kind, and what we kind of raise back home in Pennsylvania. Just a nice, really nice doe there in that Division 1. In the Division 2, one that you got to appreciate for how stout she is, and her skull, and neat and tidy through her shoulder there, and she's big and square down her back. Where my issue lies with her is we need to proportionalize her underline a little better. She gets a little harder into the turn of her rib there. I'd just like to drop her down a little bit, and give her some lower rib shape to just balance her from the side a little bit better. And the one out of that last division, one that you just appreciate, from a functionality standpoint, gets around the ring. She's built really good. In this lineup, I think she just runs out a look and the extra bells and whistles and the ones ahead of her, but certainly a nice doe for that young lady. And then in the second, that one out of that first division, I think she pairs well with that first with that doe there. They're made similar. They're right there in my type and kind, and how we want to build them, stout at the ground. But with that being said, I'll get you a champion commercial doe and a reserve.
Your grand and reserve grand champion commercial does came from your doe kid division. Congratulations, your grand champion doe was exhibited by Alyssa Costa, and your reserve grand champion doe was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer. We're now going to bring in your bred and owned commercial does. We are going to pick one champion bred and owned commercial doe. Again, exhibitors may bring in one of their bred and owned does, and we are going to select one champion bred and owned doe. Our exhibitors include Hope Reidinger, Rayleigh Barron, Alyssa Costa, Elliot Weishauer, Emma Harrison, Emma Cole, Gwen Boyle. Did I get Elliot? And Elliot Weishauer. At the conclusion of this class, we will move into our commercial dam and daughter class. While our judge is selecting our champion commercial bred and owned doe, I would like to share that this award is sponsored in memory of Joe Cooney from the Cooney family. Mr. Cooney was a lifelong supporter of the 4-H program. He grew up here in Carroll County, showing primarily beef cattle. All 3 of his children came through Carroll County 4-H's program. They found a special place in the meat goat department and showed meat goats each and every year of his children's tenure in the Carroll County 4-H program. We lost Joe Cooney a year ago, and it is in his memory that this award is sponsored. Thank you.
Before we bring your bred and owned does out here, and I described them all, through the classes, and how I saw, what I was seeing, and I'm not going to go through that again, but I will say I want to commend each of you kids for bringing a bred and owned. I know exactly how much hard work it takes, and the late nights and the early mornings of trying to keep these things alive when they're little, and getting them to this point is a huge feat in itself. So I want to commend all of you for the effort that you put in raising these things, and I can appreciate all that. There's one out here that suits me pretty well, and in same description as the champion commercial doe. She's good handled, she's good built, she's the kind that I like to raise, and I'll go ahead and get you a champion bred and owned.
Your champion bred and owned commercial doe was exhibited by Alyssa Costa. We are moving on to our commercial dam and daughter class. We're going to give our exhibitors just a second here to jump out and get their things together because they were all just in our bred and owned class. I am looking for commercial exhibitors Emma Cole, Emma Harrison, and Alyssa Costa, and Rayleigh Barron. Also, this announcement is for goat parents. Goat exhibitor parents, we have had a halter handle
turned in here from the bleachers on the far side away from me. And I'm saying it's a parent announcement because your kids will look at it and swear it's not theirs. So parents, check your supplies. If you're missing the handle that clips on to the halter, I've got it here at the announcer stand. For those of you watching ringside, maybe a little confused about what's happening in the show ring at this time, you're like, we've already seen these goats come through. You're absolutely right. So this is called the dam and daughter class. Basically, the goats that are on my side are the moms, and the goats standing in front of them are their babies, their daughters. So these 4-H'ers have made breeding decisions, and the result is the daughter who is standing in front. So we are looking at a generation of goats that these exhibitors have raised. These exhibitors have had these projects for a few years and have been in charge of making decisions and raising the next generation to show.
Before we get back out here for your dam and daughter show, and I think there's overall a really good set of kids and mamas behind them, and I think similar story. Commend the kids for getting them to this point, and and getting the mom to show ready, and raising the kid up and getting it to show ready. I think there's a pair of them that kind of suit my type and kind. Good build at the ground. They're similar in their build, and resemble each other, and I think that they're a very good pair, and the rest of them just maybe ones that we need to maybe go back to a buck that has a little more muscle and shape to them to give them some shape on down the line here, but certainly a nice group there, and I'll get you a champion. And reserve.
We'd like to congratulate your champion commercial dam and daughter. That was awarded to Alyssa Costa and sponsored by Country Colors. Second in that class was Emma Harrison. Third was Emma Cole. And fourth was Rayleigh Barron. That does conclude our commercial breeding goat classes. We are now going to move on to our buck classes, commercial breeding bucks. We'll give them just a minute to get organized. We're looking for Class 1 and 2 to be ringside. Commercial bucks, Class 1 and 2 ringside, please. Class 1, commercial junior buck kids, 3 months. We have a single entry by Boone Harrison.
A young man brings us a single entry buck kid, and one you got to appreciate with the levelness down its top and neatness of shoulder and how it's built. Certainly one that I'll be interested to see and on out here later on in the buck drive. Let's give that young man a round of applause.
Congratulations to Boone Harrison. He's first in the commercial junior buck kid class. Our second class consists of commercial junior buck kids, 3 to 6 months of age. We are looking for 8 entries. Again, there should be 8 entries. I have 2 by Emma Harrison, Hope Ridinger, Emma Cole, Jane Holtz, Rayleigh Barron, Elena Enoff, and Gwen Boyle. Will have commercial junior buck kids 3 to 6 months in this class.
A young lady that's going to lead off the class brings us a buck that is stout at the ground and gets around the ring how they should, and has plenty of flex there to its rear hock. One that you get off to the side, and that thing is just big and burly looking. I think maybe if we want to critique him, we want to lower him on the top side of his shoulder and put his neck a little higher up there just to neaten that up right there. But I think one that just paints a really pretty picture from the side and just needs to go ahead and win the class. The young lady brings us a dapple buck, one that you can appreciate from the side here in its front 1/3. Smooth shouldered, good neck. It just kind of runs out of the look and the extra bells and whistles in comparison to that one ahead of you, but certainly one that'll go on down the road and do you a lot of good. The one in third, kind of the problem child. I kept coming back to it each time because every now and then she gets a brace out of him and he drops down in his hip and runs uphill. He looks super cool. I'd just like to see him a little neater there in his shoulder. He wants to get a little long bladed and a little crustier necked right there on the top side of his shoulder, but certainly one from the shoulder back that paints a really nice picture when she gets him propped up. And we get on down the line here, just some bucks that we need to stouten up at the ground, pack a little more muscle on the top side of their skeleton to go any higher, but certainly a nice group for these young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to our commercial junior buck kid exhibitors. First was awarded to Elena Enoff, second to Emma Harrison, third to Hope Ridinger, fourth to Rayleigh Barron, fifth to Gwen Boyle, sixth to Emma Cole, seventh to Emma Harrison, eighth to James Holtz. If you're reading down your program, 7, 2, 3, 6, 8, 4, 1, and 5. Our next class in the ring is Class 3, Junior Buck Kids, 6 to 9 months. We have 2 entries in this class of Emma Cole and Hope Ridinger.
The young lady's going to lead off the class with a stout kind of made buck that stands on a big set of running gear. He's stout at the ground. He's fluent in his motion out of his hip and into his hock there. And when you get your hands on him, probably the biggest handling, most squarest made we've handled all day. That thing is good up high and is going to go on down the road and make some stout kids for them later on in his life. Well, young lady coming out next. Not taking anything away from him. He's good made from the side. I just like to stouten him up at the ground. He runs out of the shape and the muscle that one ahead of you has, but certainly just a nice practical kind of goat there, or buck for that young lady. But let's give those two a round of applause.
Results of Class 3 is continued. First went to Hope Ridinger, second to Emma Cole. Into the ring at this time, we are going to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion commercial buck. First place out of Class 1 was Boone Harrison. with your buck kid up to 3 months. Class 2, your winner was Elena Enoff, and the second in that class was Emma Harrison. And from our last class, your first place was Hope Ridinger and second to Emma Cole. Your grand champion commercial buck was sponsored by Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. And your reserve champion buck is sponsored by North Carroll Genetics.
Well, we bring your class winners back out here for overall, and that one out of that first class, it was a single entry and one that we described as good made from the side. Its neckties right there on the top side of its blade. Maybe in comparison to this lineup, just runs out of the groceries to the ones behind it, and maybe the added look and feature that they have. But certainly one that on down the road with a little extra maturity would will do that young man a good job. The young lady out of that second class, one that from the side, man, that thing paints a perfect picture. Dead level hip, good shouldered. You get your hands on that one. He might not just handle quite as good today as you would like to see. From that one looking that big and burly at the ground. You'd like to see just a little more shape up top, but certainly one that paints a really good picture. And on down the road, probably will pack on some muscle there and a little better handle, but certainly one that is designed really good from the side. The young lady out of that last class, one that we talked about, he's stout at the ground, he's stout up high, he's probably the biggest handled one in this respective group. He's big and square in his rack on the backside of his blade, and he handles good in his loin. Is he as opened up as the one ahead of him? Probably not, but there's some give or take with that one, and where do your priorities lie? With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a champion buck in a reserve.
We'd like to congratulate your grand champion commercial buck exhibitor, Elena Enoff, and your reserve grand champion buck, commercial buck, was exhibited by Hope Ridinger. We now have a bred and owned commercial buck class. Bred and owned commercial buck. We're looking for Hope Ridinger, Rayleigh Barron, Gwen Boyle, Emma Cole, Elena Enoff, Emma Harrison, and Boone Harrison. Please bring your bucks back to the ring to select your champion commercial bred and owned buck.
we bring the bucks back out here for your bread and none, and I'm not going to go down through and describe them, once more. I think there's one out here that, for someone trying to raise some goats, and, I think that it'll go back and do some good for their program and what they have going on. And I think that one is, in the respective group, the better handling of the lineup, and, I think puts a lot of good together. With that being said, I'll get you a champion bread and none buck.
Tuesday the 18th.
Right, I see that. That's 2 weeks away. The 18th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. So either
We gotta either
make
do.
a time to go into the urgent care, or you pick like 1 o'clock.
I think we need to go.
What are they doing? Are they placing it? Right. She was reserved and Elena was champion.
Hey,
Did they fix it or are they leaving it?
let's try to do a walk-in. I don't think I'm gonna wait 2 weeks out. I figured I'll wait till the end, but I thought we could get in maybe next week.
The 18th, 20th. Like if you want an afternoon,
Yeah,
you're all the way into September.
let's do a walk-in and make her prepare. And then, problem is, if we do a walk-in, we'll be with somebody else. I won't be with Eric. Well,
We'll be with somebody and then we'll go back over here.
okay.
Do I just announce it, move on? Do I just announce it, just hope and move on? Is that what we did?
I'd like to congratulate your bred and owned buck champion, was Hope Ridinger. That does conclude our commercial breeding show. We are now moving into our registered breeding show. We will do pictures at the end of the meat goat breeding show. So our breeding show registered begins with a single entry of a junior doe kid under 3 months with Wyatt Keeney. I do need class 2 registered doe kids 3 to 6 months and class 3 doe kids 6 to 9 months in the makeup area at this time.
A nice single entry that the young man brings us. A nice doe to start off this class. One that, from the side is good shouldered and good hipped and level and has some shape up high and, gets around the ring on a good set of feet and legs. I'll be excited to get that one back out here a little later on. Let's give that young man a round of applause.
We would like to congratulate Wyatt Keeney with his junior doe kid under 3 months, first place in class 1. Class 2, we're looking for 2 entries, Alexis Horitz and Alyssa Costa with their junior doe kid 3 to 6 months of age.
That's fine. You're very welcome.
The young lady that's going to lead off the class brings us a painted up doe kid, the one that you got to appreciate from the side. Yeah, that one's built and the way it's designed up through its front 1/3, has an extra long neck right there on the top side of her blade, and you get your hands on her, and she's not quite as big and square as the one behind her, but I think she just ties it all together in a neater package, a more proportional package to go ahead and lead off the class. The young lady in second, one that you can appreciate, you get your hands on that one, and she's big and square up top, and she's probably a little wider pin set than the one ahead of her. I just like to fix her in her undercarriage there. You know, a little better running gear. Her front feet, I'd like to just see her laying that knee a little better and neaten her up through her front end, and then watch her go off that rear too, just to fix her angle to the hawk to the ground there. But certainly one that is big and square and wide on the top side of her skeleton. Let's give those young people a round of applause. Nice job.
Congratulations to Class 2 winners. First to Alyssa Costa, second to Alexis Horitz. We're ready now for Class 3. Class 3 registered junior doe kids 6 to 9 months. We should have 7 entries. Alyssa Costa, 2 from Liam Keeney, 2 from Elliot Weishauer, 1 from Trenton Horrocks, and 1 from Quinn Hartner.
young man brings us a red doe that I think the longer she was out here, and she just kept catching my eye as I kept coming back to her, and I think she needs to win the class just in terms of her lines and how level she is in her top. And when he does get her propped up, her neck sits right on the top side of her shoulder there. She has a good swoop to her belly, one you can just appreciate from the side that just needs to go ahead and win the class. The young man in second, one that you get your hands on that one. She's big and square out of the top side of her blade there, and she has a good handle to her. I'd just like to see her neatened up in her shoulder blade. I'd like to shove her blade up in her and pick her neck up out of her and put it on the top side and just tie it in there, a little neater package, but certainly a stout-made kind of doe. The problem child of the group here, one that certainly packs a big punch, might just be an outlier here, and what do you do with her? She's big and square and probably more of a commercial type kind of doe, and one you have to appreciate for her handle and how good she is up high. I'd just like to see her a little neater in her front end and balance a little better to go any higher, but certainly one that packs a big punch. But one in the fourth hole, I'd like to just make a comment on, when that one hit the ring, I thought, man, there she is. I can tie into that one all day long. The longer she stood there, she wants to get out in her shoulder blade. I'd like to just pull them in just a little bit there and neaten her up in her. And the longer you stand there and look at her, she just gets a little plainer. But man, she really looks the part there from the side. A good swoop to her belly. Just one I'd like to push her shoulders in her and give her a little more flex out of her rear too. But certainly a really nice doe for that young man. And we get on down the line. Just some that we need to pack a little more muscle and shape into to go any higher today. But certainly a nice group for those young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate our junior doe kid 6 to 9 months exhibitors. First was Liam Keeney. Second was Elliot Weishauer. Third was Elliot Weishauer. Fourth was Liam Keeney. Fifth was Quinn Hartner. Sixth was Alyssa Costa. Seventh was Trenton Horick. And seventh. Okay. Reading down the program, 6, 1, 4, 3, 7, 2, and 5. We are now going to select our champion and reserve champion junior doe. We need the following exhibitors back to the ring. From Class 1, we have Wyatt Keeney. Representing Class 2 should be Alyssa Costa, and her second is Alexis. From Class 3, we should have Liam Keeney, and second, Elliot Weishauer. Your registered champion doe, junior doe, will receive an award sponsored by High Ridge Farms. And your reserve sponsor is the Majenovich and Racine family.
we get your class winners and your seconds back out here. And I think, an awfully nice group that these young people have brought out today. And briefly describe that class one that it was a single entry and, could stand to use some competition. And, she surely holds her own. One that big and square and her handle up high. One that, it has some stoutness at the ground and some flex to her hock there, where you want to pick her apart. Maybe you just want to lengthen her hip and pull her tail up in her and just let her move a little more freely out of her hip there. And but certainly one that packs a big punch on the top side of her skeleton. The young lady out of that second class, one that we appreciated from the side. Though it's long-necked and it ties on the top side of her shoulder there. I think in this drive, it just kind of runs out of the groceries, in comparison to the ones on either side of her, but certainly one that paints a nice picture in her front 1/3 there. And the young man coming out of that last class with that red doe. You want to talk about one that you want to paint a picture of a show doe? That's her, man. Her lines are so good, and the way she blends through her shoulder and her levelness of hip and her underline, man, that thing is just good. And she handles with that much good up high, some shape, and one that is just an awfully good doe. And then in the seconds, one in the back there, similar story to the class winner. It just kind of run out of power for me today, but certainly a nice doe kid for that young lady. And then that second out of that last class, one that we want to maybe fix there in her front shoulder and make it a little neater package, but certainly one that packs a pretty good punch for me today. With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve.
We would like to congratulate your registered junior doe exhibitors. Liam Keeney was just named champion division, and your reserve was awarded to Elliot Weishauer. Moving right along here, we're moving into Class 7. Is your registered yearling does 12 to 16 months. It looks like we have 6 entries. Quinn Hartner, Wyatt Keeney, Alyssa Costa, 2 entries by Elliot Weishauer, and 1 entry by Trenton Horrocks. You may, oh, I'm so sorry. It's a single entry by Quinn Hartner. Sorry, I flipped the page, and that's a new class. So into the ring at this time, we do have Class 7. We have a single entry doe, 12 to 16 months of age. Sorry guys, you got to flip the page. It's another class on the top of the next page. Sorry about that. Quinn is a single entry. I made the same.
Young man brings us a single entry and a doe that I'll be excited to get back out here a little later on. One that you got to appreciate her front 1/3 and her neatness in her shoulder and the way her neck comes up and out of her into a big stout skull. Very nice doe there for that young man. Let's give him a hand.
Congratulations to Quinn Hartner. First in the registered yearling doe 12 to 16 month class. Apologize for that confusion. Class 8 is now in the ring. Class 8 is entering the ring. We have 5 entries in this class.
At the conclusion of this class, we will select your yearling doe champion and reserve. We'd like to introduce our judge here today for our breeding shows. Judge Ryan Driscoll grew up in Western Pennsylvania and earned a bachelor's degree in business management from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. He currently serves as the manager of Cambria Ready Mixed Concrete in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, where he oversees the daily operations of the company while maintaining a strong commitment to customer service and the construction industry. Ryan's passion for agriculture began through 4-H, where he competitively exhibited pigs, goats, and cattle at both the county and state level. Today, Ryan and his fiancee Gabby own and operate Driscoll Show Goats, where they are dedicated to raising, marketing, and promoting competitive club goats. Together, they are committed to producing quality livestock while helping youth exhibitors achieve success in and out of the show ring. In addition to managing their herd, Ryan travels throughout the country, serving as a livestock judge at county and state fairs. He enjoys evaluating quality livestock, sharing his knowledge with exhibitors, and supporting the next generation of agricultural leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and thank Judge Driscoll for being here with us today.
The young man's dapple doe here that's going to lead off the class, one that is really good in her shoulder and how she ties her neck there into her skull, and one that is level hipped, and it just brings a lot of good and checks a lot of boxes to go ahead and win the class pretty handily. The young lady coming out next, one that I can appreciate that one's that one's neck set and her shoulder and how thin she is up through her neck and clean. I'd just like to pick her up in her tail set and maybe lengthen her out in her hip to go any higher today, but certainly one that is built really good up through her front end. And the one coming out in third, one that maybe isn't as quite as wide and then opened up at the ground as the ones ahead of her. And you get your hands on that one, and as big and as expressive she is in her handle, she should match that at the ground. And I'd like to see her go a little better out of her rear too to go any higher today. And the ones coming out next, ones we just got to put a little more shape into and give a little more extra look in terms of feature from the side, but certainly a nice a group for those young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of our registered yearling doe 16 to under 20 months is as follows. First to Wyatt Keeney, second to Alyssa Costa, third and fourth to Elliot Weishauer, and fifth to Trenton Horrocks. Reading down your program, 1 scratch, 2, 4, 3, 5. At this time, we are going to select your champion and reserve champion yearling doe. From class 7, 12 to 16 months is Quinn Hartner. From class 8, we have Wyatt Keeney and Alyssa Costa. Your champion division is being sponsored by Legacy Septic and Evacuation, LLC, and you're reserved by David and Michelle Parrish.
For those of you standing ringside, please put your hands together and let's wish a very happy 40th birthday to Shannon Laney. Happy birthday, Shannon.
We get back out here for your champion yearling doe in that first class, the single entry. Yeah, I was excited to get that one back out in the lineup and see where the cards fall, so to speak. And that one definitely holds its own. You gotta really appreciate, and I love that one's front 1/3. Her shoulder tie lays right into her nicely. A big long neck out of the top side of her shoulder there into a big skull and nice horn set. One that you can definitely tie into and is really, really good. The one out of that second class, the dapple doe there, one that just kind of gets a little plainer up through her front 1/3, and maybe just not as lays in that shoulder as neatly down through her knee, but one you got to appreciate for her balance and the proportionality through her from her shoulder back. I'd just like to maybe give her an extra look there up through her front 1/3, but certainly a nice doe for that young man. With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a champion and reserve.
But we would like to congratulate your yearling doe division champion was Quinn Hartner, and your reserve was exhibited by Wyatt Keeney. We're now into our senior 2-year-old does, 24 to under 36 months. I'm looking for 3 entries: Liam Keeney, Sydney Murfin, and Wyatt Keeney. At this time, Class 13 can make their way to the ready ring. Again, Class 13 to the ready ring.
little bit of a challenging pair on the top end. The painted doe, I think traveling around the ring, she didn't really catch my eye, and carries herself as well right there out of her shoulder. But I don't think that's a structural issue. She's just kind of a little lazy on the chain. But when that young man gets her propped up and running uphill, that thing paints a beautiful picture. Level top, good belly line, and gets around the ring really well. That's a nice doe to go ahead and win that class. The young man coming out next, I think one that carries herself a little better around the ring, just might be an attitude kind of thing. But when you get up on that one, she gets a little flatter in her forerib, a little flatter sided compared to that one ahead of her. But certainly one that stands on a big foot and leg, and paints a nice picture. I'd just like to see her a little more robust there in her rib shape. I'm going to round out the class with one that's super tall-shouldered and good necked. I'd just like to tuck her chest back up in her and give her a little bit of added look, but you can appreciate that one's stoutness at the ground. I just think she runs out of the bells and whistles in comparison to the ones ahead of her. But let's give those young people a round of applause.
Results of Class 12 are as follows. First went to Wyatt Keeney, second to Liam Keeney, third to Cindy Murfin. We're now ready for Class 13. These does are senior aged 36 plus months. We have entries from Alyssa Costa, Quinn Hartner, and Liam Keeney. At the conclusion of this class, we will select your champion and reserve champion senior division doe.
The young man brings us an all-black doe, and I think that that one talks for herself, man. That thing, wins this class for fun, and I think that she's so good made and level-topped, and her belly line's right. I think if you want to get critical on that one, I think I'd like to maybe stretch her up out of her neck and neaten her skull up. She's just a little plainer-headed, but that's getting awfully critical on a really good doe. The young lady in second one, you got to appreciate how her shoulder lays into her, and her head and neck, and they're designed from the side. I mean, just kind of ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw in this particular class, but it's a nice doe for that young lady. The young man going to round out the class. One that, a functionality standpoint, good around the ring, moves really good, built good in her front 1/3. It just kind of runs out of power and shape up high to go any higher today, but certainly a nice group for those young people. Let's give them a hand. Nice shot.
Congratulations to the following exhibitors in Class 13. First went to Liam Keeney, second to Alyssa Costa, and third to Quinn Hartner. We're now going to select our senior division champion. From Class 12, our winner was Liam Keeney, and second in that class, I'm sorry, take it back. Our first was Wyatt Keeney, and second in that class was Liam Keeney. In Class 13, our class winner was Liam Keeney, and our second was Alyssa Costa. This again will be the selection of your senior division doe. That champion class is sponsored by Lowe's Pellets and Green. And your reserve is sponsored by Wildlife Taxidermy.
Will we drop your class winners and seconds back out here, and briefly that paint out of that first class, one that I talked about when he finally gets her parked and gets her running uphill and gets her paying attention to what she's doing. That thing is ultra good. She's good in her lines. She's good. She's really good at the ground. I think that's where she excels over that black doe. Is she's a little better at her pasterns and a little better in her hawk, but certainly one that is kind of checks most of the boxes, and you're really complaint free on that one. Her black doe out of that last class, one that, man, that from her shoulder back, that thing is big barrel ribbed and is ultra good in her lines. One that I'd like to fix in her hawk and just make her flex a little bit better in comparison to that one ahead of her, and maybe pick her up off her toes. I know she's getting a little bigger and carrying some extra weight, but one that I'd like to just fix right there in her feet and legs in this respective drive. With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve.
We would like to congratulate your senior division champion, was exhibited by Wyatt Keeney, and your reserve division was exhibited by Liam Keeney. We are now going to bring in our 3 division winners to compete for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Your junior division champion, we'll give the Keeney family just a minute here to get organized. Your junior division champion was exhibited by Liam Keeney. The reserve in that division was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer. Your yearling doe champion was exhibited by Quinn Hartner. And the reserve in that division was exhibited by Wyatt Keeney. And from your senior division, Wyatt Keeney exhibited your champion and Liam Keeney your reserve. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, please. Your grand champion registered doe was sponsored by Bounds Accounting and Tax Services, and your reserve champion registered doe was sponsored by Jerry and Pat Brunst. The following class is your bred and owned registered doe. You may only bring one. Again, you may only bring one registered bred and owned doe back.
we bring your division champions and reserves back out and, briefly describe out of that first division, one that I tied right into. That thing is dead level through its top. It's good headed, it's good necked. I think she runs downhill just ever so slightly. Probably so in this lineup, but that's getting awfully critical on one that's good in her lines and good and very good build out of that first division. Out of the second division, young man, we talked about that one's shoulder being so good and her neck and her head and and how she presents herself up through her front 1/3. I think in this respective drive, one that right behind her shoulder, she just runs out of the shape and mass that the ones on either side of her have, but certainly one that has a really good front 1/3 to her. And out of that last division, that paint doe that we talked about, and that thing paints a really nice picture when he gets her parked, and one that's big and massive in her cage, and one that you can appreciate on how she gets around the ring. With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a Grand and Reserve doe, or registered doe.
We would like to congratulate your grand champion registered doe exhibitor, Wyatt Keeney. That doe came out of your senior doe division. Your reserve grand champion registered doe was exhibited by Liam Keeney and also came out of our senior doe division. We do have Class 18, which is a bred and owned registered doe. I feel like if your grand champion is bred and owned, then it should just be the... In the ring at this time, we have bred and owned registered does. That means these 4-H'ers bred the mom, made all the gestational decisions, and was there for the delivery, and then they selected these does to come out to compete. We will select one champion, bred and owned. Exhibitors in the ring are Wyatt Keeney, Liam Keeney, Quinn Hartner, Alyssa Costa, Trenton Horrocks, and Elliot Weisshower. Again, your champion bred and owned registered doe is being sponsored by the Cooney family, and it is in memory of their father, Joe Cooney.
Well, we get back out here for your bred and owned, and I'm not going to describe them once more and make you listen to me, beat the dead horse. But I think in this respective lineup, man, there's a lot of good here, and these young kids are doing an incredible job, raising their own stuff and showing their own stuff, and there's a lot of good going on here in the state of Maryland, and these kids should be commended, on that aspect. On the doe side of things, I think there's one out here that's an outlier in this respective group. She's really good in her line. She's built really good. I really, if I was a registered goat guy, which my future wife has. We're starting to get into it. I would tie into that one. That's my kind. The young man with the red doe will be your champion.
We would like to congratulate Liam Keeney for being the registered dam and daughter champion. That does conclude our bred and owned division. We are now ready to move on to dam and daughter. We have 3 entries in the dam and daughter class: Wyatt Keeney, Quinn Hartner, and Liam Keeney. Please bring your dam and daughters into the ring at this time. Breeding sheep exhibitors, your show will start approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of the meat goat show. Again, your show will start 30 minutes at the conclusion of the meat goat show. I will be able to give you a more exact time as we get closer to the end of this show, which is quickly approaching.
Well, we bring the does back out here for your dam daughter, and you're going to lead off the division, or the champion out of that division with the red and black doe here. And I didn't realize, or I wouldn't have realized, but it is nice to see that one raised that one, because there's a lot of good similarities, and there's a lot of good in that mother gave down to the daughter there. I think that pair is very good. And now down through the line, the ones here, out of that second, or in the second hole there. One that you appreciate that kid being so stout out, and and that mother throwing a stout-made kid there. And then on down the line, ones that are similar in their build up through their front with 1/3. I just kind of run out of muscle and shape to go any higher today. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 19 exhibitors. Your champion registered dam and daughter pair was exhibited by Liam Keeney. Second was Wyatt Keeney, and third was Quinn Hartner. If I am reading my program correctly, we are now into registered bucks.
There's only one class, right? One class of registered bucks, automatically champion and reserve. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure.
We're now going to Now we're going to do our registered breeding bucks. We have one class. It will be your champion and your grand champion. So we have two exhibitors, Alexis Horrocks and Liam Keeney. Your grand champion registered buck. This award is sponsored by Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. And your reserve champion registered buck is sponsored by Jerry and Pat Brunst.
Young man with the black-headed buck is going to go ahead and win the buck show. I know that it's a small show here, but one that is certainly good in his feet and legs, and he's stout-skulled, and one you got to appreciate. He'll go back and do a lot of good for that young man in that program. And the young lady coming out next, not taking anything away from him, man. He's good in his shoulder, and he's good up through his neck. He just runs out of shape and mass up high in comparison to that one ahead of you, but certainly a good built front 1/3 kind of buck. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Your grand champion register buck was exhibited by Liam Keeney, and your reserve grand champion register buck was exhibited by Alexis Horrocks. In my program, we only have one bred and owned registered buck. And that is exhibited by Alexis. Your grand champion bred and owned registered buck award is sponsored by the Cooney family in memory of Joe Cooney.
A young lady brings us a single entry in the bred and owned, and she should be commended for getting him ready and getting him to this point. And we talked to him in class there. Good front 1/3. We just like to add a little more stoutness at the ground, but certainly she's going to have some fun with that one, raising some kids on down the road, and and congratulations to her. Let's give her a round of applause.
We are now ready to select our supreme doe in show. In the ring at this time, we have Alyssa Costa with your commercial doe, and we have Wyatt Keeney with your registered doe. Our judge will be selecting our supreme champion doe. And at the conclusion of this, we will select our supreme champion buck. These awards are donated by Full Moon Farm, Limeboro. The Del Tuva family is sponsoring your supreme meat doe.
I don't know why she left her menu tag.
Well, we bring your commercial and registered champions back out for a Supreme overall, and the one out of that commercial division, one that we talked about her handle, and she handles pretty good on the top side of her skeleton there. I think it's a different. I'm more of a weather kind goat, but certainly one that we could fix in terms of structure and skeletal build, but certainly one you got to appreciate for the kind of handle she brings to the table. Her one out of that registered division, we've talked to her, and she's been in and out of the ring, and just an outlier from the whole day. That thing is very good, and whoever raised that thing, and if it should be commended on building something of that nature, and he'll go ahead and be your Supreme Champion doe.
Hey, Jim, go to church, Lord.
All right, so Liam on that.
We would like,
It's Wyatt? I thought it was Liam.
Oh, it's Wyatt. Sorry.
I'd like to congratulate Wyatt Keeney for exhibiting our Grand Champion Meat Goat Doe. We are now going to select our Grand Champion Meat Goat Buck. This award is sponsored by Full Moon Farm, Limeboro, the Del Tuva family. So your commercial buck is being exhibited by Elena Enoff. And your Grand Champion registered buck is being exhibited by Liam Keeney.
We bring the bucks back out, and that commercial one that won that division, one that you got to appreciate his lines and the way he's built, from the side. And I think in this respective division here, overall, I don't know that he handles quite as good as that one behind him. I love his build and I love how he looks. I just wish he would handle with that much power as he appears to have. But certainly one that maybe down the road it might even be a different story. A little extra maturity, you get some more muscle and mass on him. It might be a different story, but certainly one that has a lot of life on down the road. The young man out of the registered division with the black-headed buck, one that's super stout at the ground. He's short-bladed, he's long-necked. One that you got to appreciate for how stout he is, and and the big old skull that he carries around on him. That young man will go ahead and be your Supreme buck.
Your 2026 Meat Goat Supreme Buck was exhibited by Liam Keeney. I do have a few announcements here for exhibitors in the building. A few announcements here for exhibitors in the building. First of all, your breeding sheep show will start at 1:05. Breeding sheep 1:05, and you will be showing at my left side of the ring. Breeding sheep will show on the left side of the ring. Dairy goats, your show will start at 2 o'clock on my left. On my left-hand side of the ring, dairy goat show will start at 2 p.m. We do need some volunteers to come in. Is it my right? That's my right. I'm all turned around. My right-hand side of the ring is dairy goats. My left-hand side of the ring is going to be sheep. This is what happens when you have a dyslexic announcer, right? Sheep, goats. We do need help putting the panels down the middle of the ring. If we have some people around the ring who could come in and help get a few panels up while we're taking pictures, we would appreciate it.
We're going to take pictures of all our breeding goat champions and reserves. We're going to put panels in the middle of the ring, and we're hoping to start the sheep show at 1:05 to 1:10.
House parenting is a career unlike any other, where family is part of the experience. It's a full-time job with lifelong impact. Become house parents with your spouse at Milton Hershey School.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. This is your 5-minute call, 5-minute call to start our breeding sheep. Breeding sheep will start in 5 minutes. We wanted to give our judge a chance to have something to eat before we got started. It looks like we're starting with Katahdins. We'll start with rams. So looking for class 27, 28, 27 and 28. You need to make your way to ringside. We will be starting the goat show and need to share the microphone at 2 o'clock. Again, we will start the sheep show at 1:15. Exhibitors, please get ready. Sheep Committee, are we ready to get started? All right, I got the thumbs up from Mr. Rill, so we're going to go ahead and take that as it's time to get rolling here. All right, we're going to start our breeding sheep show here in the Eddie Harrison Jr. Memorial Arena. This arena was dedicated in memory of Eddie Jr. and Janie Harrison. We are going to go ahead and get started here today. Our first breed of our breeding sheep show is going to be the Katahdins. We're going to start this show with a single entry of a yearling ram. That ram is going to be exhibited by Emma Cole. We are looking for class 28 to be in the makeup area.
A nice single entry to go ahead and start the breeding sheep show on this side of the ring. And young lady brings us a ram here that certainly could use some added competition. I really like the way he gets around the ring, and there's added mobility there on his legs, and he's level tops and he's good looking from the side. I'll be excited to get that one back out here. Let's give her a round of applause.
Results of class 27, first was awarded to Emma Cole. We're going to give Emma a chance to walk around, and we're going to move into class 28, senior ram lamb. We have two entries, Clara Collins and Emma Cole. In the makeup area, I need the following exhibitors for our junior ram class: Brooke Snyder, Maya Malik, Jillian Snyder, Emma Cole, Rayleigh Barron, Addie Collins, Clara Collins, James Holtz, and Anna Holtz. Please make your way to the makeup area.
A young lady here in front is going to go ahead and lead off the class, and brings us a ram that is tall-shouldered and good made up through its front end and level-hipped, and I think that's where that one excels over the one behind her. Level-hip, built really good from the side, one you can appreciate its skeletal build on. The one in second, one that you can appreciate some muscle shape to that one. I just like to bring him up in its hip there, and just maybe not when he travels around the ring tuck his hip under him so much, but certainly one that is extended up through his front end and good build at the ground. I'd just like to fix him in his hip. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Results of class 28 is as follows: first to Emma Cole, second to Clara Collins. Into the ring at this time, we are bringing your junior ram lamb class. We have 9 junior ram lambs in this class. Again, this breed is called Katahdin. And these rams range in age from January 11th to February 6th.
The young lady that's going to go ahead and lead off the class, I think does so pretty handily. Brings us a structurally correct kind of ram lamb here, and one that's level through his top and good made, and one you can appreciate from the side. Just a nice way to go ahead and lead off the class. Similar story here behind her, one that is good in through its top and good up through its front 1/3. I'd just like to see that one maybe a little stouter at the ground and carry itself a little better on its feet and legs in comparison to that one ahead of her. But a nice ram there and ahead for that young lady. And on down the line, just some skeletal issues I think we need to fix and a little more added mass and stoutness at the ground to go any higher today. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
Results of Class 29, your Junior Ram Lamb class is as follows. Congratulations, Exhibitor 52, Emma Cole was first. Ray LeBaron was second. Third was Addie Collins. Fourth was Jillian Schneider. Fifth was Clara Collins. Sixth was Anna Holtz. Seventh was Brooke Schneider. Eighth was James Holtz. And ninth was Maya Malik. If you're reading down your program, following along, 7, 9, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 6. We are now going to select your champion Katahdin Ram Lamb. We have in the ring from Class 1, Emma Cole's Yearling Ram. From Class 2, Emma Cole's Senior Ram Lamb. And from Class 3, Emma Cole's Junior Ram Lamb. I'm just going out on a limb here, folks, but I think Emma may have the champion Ram Lamb. Your Katahdin Champion Ram is sponsored by High Ridge Farm, and your Reserve Champion Ram is sponsored by Dave Penn and family.
Well, we get your class winners back out here, and that first one that we brought in as a single entry, he definitely stands some competition and holds his own out here. I think he's the longest and the best up through his front end. Probably not, but one that you got to appreciate for the mass and the power that he brings up high. But certainly a nice one in that first class. Out of the second class, one that is tall-shouldered and good made and really good off its feet and legs there. One you have to appreciate on how tall-shouldered that one is and the grow that it has to it. Certainly a very nice one there in the second class. And out of the next one, out of the respective group, one that maybe just runs out of the mass and muscle compared to the ones ahead of them, but certainly one that maybe on down the road has a little brighter future ahead. With that being said, I'll get you a champion Ram and Reserve.
Your Katahdin Champion Ram was exhibited by Emma Cole from the Senior Ram Division. And your Reserve Champion Katahdin Ram was exhibited by Emma Cole from the Yearling Ram Division. We are now ready to move into our Katahdin Yearling U Division. I am looking for exhibitors in Class 32. Rayleigh Barron, Clara Collins, another entry by Rayleigh Barron, Emma Cole. There should be 4 in this class.
young lady that's going to lead off the class. Might have been a little late to the party here, but when I turned around, I was pleased with what I saw. I think that balances the best out of the entire group, and she's level out of her top, and moves on a stouter foot there than in comparison to the ones behind her. I think that one's a very good place to start. The young lady coming out next, one that is just long and extended out through her front end. We just might want to balance her better in her underline, pick her up in her tail just a little bit, and to just level her out through her top, but certainly one that is a nice project for that young lady. And we round out the class with some that we just need to pack on a little more product to, and a little better look and stoutness at the ground. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Congratulations to your Katahdin Yearling U exhibitors. First was awarded to Emma Cole, second and third to Rayleigh Barron, and fourth to Clara Collins. Our next class is class 34, Katahdin Junior U Lamb. There are 8 exhibitors in this class. 2 entries by Emma Cole, Rayleigh Barron, Maya Malik, Jillian Schneider, James Holtz, Brooke Schneider, and Addie Collins all have entries in this class. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting your Katahdin Champion U Lamb and Reserve.
a young man that's going to lead off with the all-black hue. One that my eye just kept coming back to as I was up and down the line there. I think one that once she finally settles in on him and gets propped up, and that's the one that is best designed from the side. It might not be standing on a stouter foot as the ones behind him, but one I think that just ties it all together, and it is good build up through her front 1/3 there that to go ahead and lead off the class. The one in second, one that I think that we need to maybe just stretch out in terms of maybe add an extra ribbon there and a little length of body and just neaten her up there in her shoulder and how she ties her neck into the top side of that blade. But her balance to her belly line is really good, and one you can appreciate there. The one in third, I thought, man, as it hit the ring and went about, I thought there was my class winner. And as we went on, I just kind of, just lost my love for her. She just kind of gets a little plainer in her front end. Her neck doesn't quite sit up high enough there on her shoulder, but certainly at the ground, a good built one for that young lady. And we got on down through the class, just some that we need to add some more product to. And a little better running gear to go any higher today. Let's give all those young people a round of applause.
Results of Class 34 is as follows. First was Emma Cole. Second was Emma Cole. Third, Maya Malik. Fourth, Jillian Snyder. Fifth, Addie Collins. Sixth, Brooke Schneider. Seventh, James Holtz. And eighth, Rayleigh Barron. If you're following along, reading down your program, 2, 1, 8, 3, 4, 7, 6, and 5. We're now going to select your champion, Katahdin ewe lamb, ewe. From Class 32, we need Emma Cole was first, and Rayleigh Barron second. From Class 34, Emma Cole first, and Emma Cole second. Your sponsor for your champion Katahdin lamb is by Lynn Talbert. And your sponsor for the reserve champion ewe is J&H Poultry Products.
Before we bring your class winners and your seconds back out, and just briefly what I'm seeing, that one out of that first class here, one that is big and bold in her rib and in the top side of her skeleton, one that you have to appreciate the mass that she brings to the table. I think that where I pick her apart is she gets a little short-necked for me and maybe just a little longer bladed for me today, but certainly one that brings a lot of good and a lot of product to the table. a young lady out of that second class with the all-black ewe. One that you appreciate her, how refined she is up through her front 1/3. Is she quite as massive as the one in front of her? Probably not, but it's some give or take here, and one that is a little elegant made and better made, or big and powerful one. I think there's one that suits me well, and then the reserve follows pretty close behind. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Results of your Katahdin Champion ewe lamb division. We would like to congratulate Emma Cole. Her Class 34 winner is your champion. And your reserve is also exhibited by Emma Cole, and that is out of Class 33. We now have a class of pair of lambs. So these will be a pair of Katahdins. We have entries from Emma Cole, Maya Malik, Brooke Schneider, Rayleigh Barron, James Holtz, Clara Collins, and Jillian Snyder. We should have 7 pairs of lambs. Give us just a second here to get our pairs put together. Pair of Katahdin lambs, Class 37, will be in the ring in a moment.
the young ladies that are going to lead off the pairs class. Yeah, I think that, in a pairs division, those ones are, represent each of the kind that they are, they are similar in their look, similar in their build, and I think that's what, where that sets them ahead of the other ones. The ones in second, a really good set, but I just think two different types and kinds. One's more refined, more elegant looking, and then we got one that's more robust in through her center of her body and a little shorter necked and not as refined, and that's why they land in that two hole. And on down the line, just some that, we got to fix structurally and lay them down in their spine to move any higher today. But let's give all those young people a round of applause.
Results from Class 37 is as follows. Congratulations to Brooke Snyder, first, Emma Cole, second, Maya Malik, third, Jillian Schneider, fourth, Rayleigh Barron, fifth, and James Holt, sixth. If you're reading down your program, 2, 3, 1, 5, 6, scratch, 4. In the ring at this time, we have a pair of yearlings. We should have 2 entries, Emma Cole and Rayleigh Barron. To the makeup area, we need the flock of Katahdin. Again, flock class 39 to the makeup area.
Because that everything picks up.
I run my mouth over.
I know, so do I. So I can't sit and be quiet for that long. So yeah, I make sure I turn them off.
I'm running commentary.
The classics, when we do the classics and they give me the mic that does not turn off, it kills me because I'm like,
yeah, you're bursting at the seams. I mean, it's a livestock show.
I got things to say. After we get through this, it will be.
The 2 young ladies out in front here are going to lead off the class, and in terms of similarities, I think both pairs do that very well. I think where these ones set themselves apart is they pack a little bigger punch in terms of muscle shape and product up high. Other ones behind them, good build from the side, nice to look at from the side. We just got to put a little more to them and a little more horsepower to go ahead and move any higher today. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
After the Katahdins, we have a bunch of breeds, but not a lot of numbers. Yeah. Like Elliot is the entire Shropshire show, and we have one Dorset, and that's shown by Estella. I mean, it's... Yeah.
Results of your Katahdin yearlings pairs. First to Emma Cole, second to Rayleigh Barron. We're now ready for the Katahdin flock.
I have 2 entries, Clara Collins and Emma Cole. Oh, and I'm sorry, Rayleigh Barron. And Elliot, get your Shropshires ready. Elliot Weishower, get your Shropshires ready, please.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 129th edition of the Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair. On the right side of the ring, your left, we're beginning our Dairy Goat Show. We're very glad to welcome our senior exhibitors as we begin with our showmanship classes.
Well, we get back out here for your flock division, and yeah, there's the flock up here, or yeah, the 3 up here. I mean, similar story. They're very good built. They're good quality livestock, and and they're have some shape and have some have the extra added features to them. And the ones back here, not taking anything away from them. Good made sheep, good from the side, just might not have that extra punch or stoutness of feature. With that being said, the trio up here will be your champions, and these will be your reserves.
Results of your Katahdin flock, first to Emma Cole, second to Rayleigh Barron. We are now done the Katahdin breed, and we're moving into our Shropshire division. We're going to start with class 42, Junior Ram Lamb. We have 2 entries, both by Elliot Weishower.
we get your shop division started here, and the young man brings us a ram that, brings a lot of power, and you get your hands on him, you're surely not disappointed. There's tons of shape and tons of mass and muscle up high to get your hands on, and you get off to the side of that one. He ties really good up through his front 1/3. He moves around the ring, how they should, correctly on their feet and legs. Just a very nice way to go ahead and start the class. The young man coming out next, one that you appreciate its front 1/3. It has a smooth shoulder laid in him. His neck sits on the top side of his blade. I just want to stouten him up at the ground and make him flex a little bit better out of his rear 2 legs there to go any higher and give him a shot more muscle, but give those young men a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate our first place junior ram lamb is your champion Shropshire Ram. That award was sponsored by Deanna and Lucas Skyman. Your second place junior ram lamb was also exhibited by Elliot Weishauer, and that award was sponsored by Hickory Hollow Agronomics. We are now moving into our Shropshire Yearling U division. We have 2 entries by Elliot Weishauer.
All right, good afternoon. This is our showmanship class for our seniors. You can stop right there. And actually, you can bring yours over here. We're going to set them up so that they're facing the crowd. Face it just like how his is. Yep, perfect. All right, we have 2 showmen in the class ring right now, and I'm placing 1 over 2. He's just got a little bit more experience. He also has a little bit cleaner of an animal. If you look, I was giving a lot of tips to each of them as individually. But some of it is cleanliness under the tail, making sure that the hooves are trimmed properly, and making sure that when you're doing the clip job that you're not missing any areas, especially in some of the hidden spots like under the arms, or in between the toes and things like that. And our first exhibitor just excelled in that. If you look at the cleanliness of his animal, it's a lot cleaner than our doe in second at this time. I will commend our second place exhibitor on her knowledge of the goat. This is her first year in dairy goats, and I hope that it's not her last, because she did an excellent job of learning the scorecard, learning the parts of the animal, and hopefully next time when she comes in, the cleanliness will be changed and she'll be moving up and giving him a little bit more of a challenge in that. All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
back over here on the sheep side of things, the young man that's going to lead off the class with the ewe out front here. One that you get in behind that one, and she has a lot of turn to her rib and a lot of shape in her rib, and you get your hands on her, and she's big and square in her loin there, and I think that's where she excels over the ewe behind her. The ewe behind her, I stepped off of them, and I thought that maybe you could justify putting that one ahead of the other one, just in terms of how she's built from the side and how elegant she is up through her front 1/3. But where she lacks is right there behind her blades. She just kind of gets a little soft today and a little rounder in her loin to go any higher today. But let's give those two young men a round of applause.
In our senior showmanship division, congratulations to our first place exhibitor, Hunter Hoff. Second place to Kylie Medlin. In the ring now we have our intermediate exhibitors.
Results of your Shropshire Yearling U class: first to Elliot Weishauer and second to Elliot Weishauer. We are now going to do class 47, Shropshire Junior Ewe Lamb. We need to give Elliot just a minute here to switch halters and leads. He has 2 entries in this class. At the conclusion of this class, we are going to select your champion and reserve champion, Shropshire Ewe.
Again, we welcome everyone to the 129th edition of the Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair. And on the Dairy Goat side, we'd like to introduce our judge to you this afternoon. His name is Jason Peckham, and he's been raising dairy goats since 1992 and currently raises Oberhausley and Toggenburg dairy goats under the Sublime herd name. He shows both locally and nationally has earned Reserve National Champion 2 times, and in 2026 was named Reserve Premier Breeder of Oberhausley at the National Show. Jason lives in Owings Mills, Maryland, and has been a teacher for 27 years and currently teaches 5th graders in Baltimore County Public Schools. Would you join me in welcoming Jason to the Carroll County Fair today?
A young man that's going to lead off this class here brings us to you. I think in terms of balance from the side, paints a pretty picture. Good fronted, good built, and you get up on her, and she has a lot of turn to her rib and some rib shape, and that one in second. I think that one's tall-shouldered and runs uphill. I just don't think she is proportional in her underline, and she gets a little flat-sided there in her rib shape for me today. But let's give those young men a round of applause.
Congratulations to first place and second place, Elliot Weishauer in the Junior Ewe Lamb Show class. We are now going to select your champion and reserve champion, Shropshire Ewe. From class 45, Yearling Ewe is Elliot Weishauer. And from class 47, Elliot Weishauer. Give him a second to bring those into the ring. Your champion was sponsored by Kitchens by QBI. Your reserve Shropshire was going to be sponsored by North Carroll Vet Incorporated.
Attention all dairy goat exhibitors. We're very glad today that we get to share some of our exhibitors with our dairy judging competition, and because of that, we'll need to make a couple of changes to the program as it is printed for you. So we are going to begin our breed show with all other purebred. We'll be moving our alpines to later in the show. So as you're preparing to come in for our breed classes, a reminder, we're going to start with all other purebreds and move on from there. We'll announce the alpine show as soon as we're able. Thank you.
Well, we get back out here for your champion shop, and I'm not going to go through and describe them all again. I think there's one that fits the mold of what a show sheep or a breeding piece should look like, and in a functionality standpoint as well. I think there's one that is just a little better built, through her front 1/3, a little smoother made. Hey, she might not be the stoutest one out here, but that's fine. We're showing females, and they need to go home and have the babies at the end of the day. They don't have to be big burly things, and the one that comes in close behind, I think it just is a little too much burliness to her, and maybe just not as smooth and as made as the other. And with that being said, I'll get you a champion.
Results of your champion Shropshire U. Congratulations to Elliot Weishauer with his Class 47 winner, the Junior U, and the reserve was from Class 46, the Yearling U. We now will show a pair of Shropshire lambs and then a pair of yearlings.
All right, this is our intermediate Showman, and I'm going to place 1 over 2. This placement comes more toward understanding the scorecard and parts of the animal. Both animals are very well clipped, cleaned. They both did a fantastic job in that area. So it really did come down to understanding the parts of the goat, where to set up your goat. One of the reasons I had them kind of moving around is I wanted them to show off their goat to the best of their ability and to where they thought it would be the best for their goat. And one of the things that I explained to them is that they want to make sure that the goat is in between the judge and themselves, and that so that the judge can see the entire goat. not just a part of the goat, but the entire goat. One is placing over 2 for that understanding in those body parts over our second place one. But the second gentleman, he is to be commended for his cleanliness of his animal. So, thank you. Do I have tears? Oh no. Well, the good thing is we won't.
Back over here on the sheep side of things, and the young men bring us a single entry pair of ewes, and you get off the side and study them. There's some similarities. I think maybe that one isn't quite as balanced as the one in front of her in her underline, but certainly a nice pair for those young men. Let's give them a round of applause.
In our intermediate showmanship, congratulations to Lloyd Arball, and second place to Weston Huff. In the ring now, we're looking for our novice exhibitors. We should have a single entry. The Carroll County Fair is excited to bring back one more time our alumni showmanship competition for all of our breeds and species. And so if you would like to nominate someone to participate in alumni showmanship, you can come up and see this young man here. He's got the sign-up sheet. It's $20 to nominate someone. It is $50 to get out of that nomination, if I understand correctly. So you can come up here to the table and nominate someone you love or maybe someone you don't for the alumni showmanship competition. We look forward to that following our breed show.
Back over here on the sheep side of things, and we got a pair of yearlings out here, single entry, and I asked the young man a little earlier, I said, do you have all the Schrops in this show? And he said, yeah, I'm a big Schrop guy. I can appreciate that. He has brought us very good sheep all afternoon here, and I want to commend him on his stock and the way that he gets them presented. I think that that's a very nice pair, and let's give them a round of applause.
We are now going to have the Shropshire Flock exhibit, and that will be a single entry by Elliot Weissschauer.
Back on the sheep side of things, similar story. We bring them back out for a single entry flock, and the young man raises them, and I think he's doing a fantastic job, and has a bright future ahead of in his flock, and that should be commended for him and his family. So let's give them a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate Elliot Weishauer on exhibiting a pair of lambs, a pair of yearlings, and a flock. That does conclude our Shropshire show. We are now moving into our Southdown show. We have a single Southdown yearling ewe entry for class 58. Commercial ram exhibitors, please start getting your rams ready and make your way to ringside. Commercial ram exhibitors.
All right, this is our novice showman, and this is her first year and showing, and she did a fantastic job. She clipped her animal very nicely. She knew her part that I asked about, and she learned a new part, and I think that we have a future showman on our hands, so I look forward to seeing her in the ring in the future. Bam!
A single entry over here, and the young lady brings this, big, bulky kind of type of ewe. You get your hands on her. She's big and massive on the top side of her skeleton there, and I'll be interested to get her back out here and evaluate her a little later on. Let's give her a round of applause.
Would you join me in giving a warm congratulations to our novice exhibitor, Britta Ricard, who will place first in that class. Congratulations to Britta. And at this time, we welcome back our first and second place showmanship entries as we select our grand and reserve grand showman.
We would like to congratulate Estella Gover for exhibiting your champion Southdown ewe. We are now ready to start our commercial yearling ram class. We have a single entry by Ariella Currents. We're looking for class 94 commercial junior ram lambs.
Another single entry over here on the sheep side, and a young lady brings us a ram that's dead level in its top. He's good up through his front 1/3. You can appreciate how square he is in his hip and how he carries that levelness out through. I'll be interested to get him back out here and a little later on. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your commercial ram lamb class for yearling ram, class 92, first place to Ariella Currents. We are going to be on a brief break while one of our exhibitors finishes in the goat ring.
All right, so I'm going to be selecting my Grand Showman and my Reserve Grand Showman out here. But first, all of these showmen have worked really hard, and even though some of them may not have wanted to cooperate today, they all still worked really hard on clipping these animals, making sure that they were clean, that they knew some of the parts, they knew some of the maneuvers as they were going around the ring. So for my grand champion today, I am going to go with my senior showman. He just always kept his eye on the judge. Even when I kind of ignored him a little bit at the very end, I did that purposely just to kind of see if he was going to always keep his eye on me. His animal is the cleanest animal out here, and he's very well deserving of that. And then it gets a little bit closer for our reserve, but I think I'm going to stay in that same class and go with our second place senior. Her animal was nice and clean. Unfortunately, one of our gentlemen, his goat's just not wanting to cooperate. She's kind of had her fill for the day, which made it very difficult. He worked her, but unfortunately, it didn't measure up right today. So our reserve is going to go to our second place senior showman. Congratulations. Congratulations, you did a great job. I'm proud of you. Good job, buddy. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champion showman, Hunter Hoff, and our reserve grand champion showman, Kylie Medlin.
We're ready to move into Class 94 here on the sheep side. Class 94 is Commercial Junior Ram Lamb. We have two exhibitors, Elliot Waschauer and Kylie Medlin.
At this time, we welcome our Champion Challenge Showmanship class. The exhibitors in the ring have won grand champion previously, and we bring them out to compete against one another.
we get things fired back up over here on the sheep side, and a young lady that's going to lead off the class. I think as soon as that ram hit the ring, instant class winner, and he kind of wins for fun. In terms of build and skeletal design, that thing runs uphill. He's good shouldered, he's level topped, and you get your hands on him. Yes, he's a little more immature than the one behind him, but he still handles with some power and mass down his top. A nice way to start the class. Not taking anything away from the young man's ram here in second. One that's big and bold and punchy, in the top side of his skeleton there. I just think we need to redesign his shoulder blade, push it up in him, and give him a shot more shape there in his lower stifle to move any higher today. But certainly a nice ram for that young man. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to our commercial junior Ram Lamb exhibitors. First was awarded to Kylie Medlin and second to Elliot Weishauer. We are now going to select our commercial champion Ram. Back in the ring, we'll have Ariel Currents from class 92, Kylie Medlin from class 94, and the second in that class was Elliot Weishauer. Your champion Ram Lamb is sponsored by Ripple Creek Farms, and your reserve is sponsored by Brad and Tracy Rill. If you are exhibiting commercial yearling ewes, again, commercial yearling ewe exhibitors, please make your way to the makeup area.
Well, we bring those class winners back out, and and up for contention for champion Ram, and that one that single entry out of that first class. We talked about that one being square in his build and square in his skeletal design, and you got to appreciate that about him. I just think today he might have ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw, so to speak. That blue ram in the back here, that one is just incredibly well built up through its front 1/3. Its neck sits right there on the top side of his blade, how you like to see them built. I think that one wins for fun, and then the one behind it will be reserved.
We would like to congratulate Kylie Medlin for exhibiting your champion commercial ram and Elliot Weishauer for exhibiting your reserve champion ram. If I'm following the program right, I think we're going to need a few minutes. We apologize. We're going to have to take a brief delay. One of our exhibitors is showing goats currently. It should only be a few minutes.
All right, so this is our challenge class where previous winners come in to challenge the winner of the day. And today I'm going to start with a young lady that's at the head of the line. She just had a command over the show ring, and it's kind of this quiet confidence that puts her at that top place. Because the one thing that when you're showing the goat, you want to make sure that the judge is always looking at your goat and not really looking at you as much. She makes sure that the goat is the star of the show. And every time that I would look over, she knew where I was. There were a couple times when a couple of the others didn't have that awareness as much when I would walk around, and then they were kind of like looking, where was he? But she knew exactly where I was at all times. And even when we were walking around the ring, her animal, you can tell that she's worked with this animal. She's also kept it extremely clean. So she is going to be our winner of the challenge class today. Congrats on winning. Thank you for coming in. Did I need to place all of them? Just the winner.
Yep, you're good. Congratulations to our champion challenge exhibitor, Estella Gover.
Estella's making her way around, and we are going to proceed here with our commercial yearling ewe class. We have 6 entries, including Estella Gover, Madison Myers, Elliot Weishauer, Sophie Hampt, a second entry by Elliot Weishauer, and Violet Miller. This is a second invitation for our alumni showmanship class here at the Carroll County Fair on the dairy goat side. Want to let you know who's already in so that you can get excited about who isn't in yet. So we're excited to welcome Laura Huff, Amy Vargas Ridinger, Emily Chamlin, Sam Chamlin, and Wyatt Snyder. That list is great. That list is not long enough. So if you'd like to nominate someone, you can see my guy Torin here at the front desk. He'll get you signed up. $20 to get in, $50 to get out. And attention dairy goat exhibitors, following our AOP show, we're going to be moving to the Nubian show. So moving from AOP to Nubian to accommodate some of our exhibitors. So our Nubian exhibitors, you all are up next.
All right, this is our AOP junior show. We just had 2 entries, and one is placing over 2 for advantages in general appearance. She's just a little bit stronger over that top line, especially in the area of the loin. She also is tracking more smoothly on those feet and legs than our doe that's standing in 2. She will yield a little bit of width of escutcheon to our doe that's standing in 2, but she is going to beat first with general appearance. She also is a little bit stronger in dairy strength, being a little bit more open-ribbed than our doe that's standing in 2. 2 is should be commended, though, for that width and that escutcheon and the sharpness of her withers.
Back over here on the sheep side of things, and the young lady that's going to go ahead and lead off the class, I think does so pretty handily. Brings us a ewe that's super tall-shouldered and runs uphill, and when she gets that thing propped up, and she's dead level, and just how she's designed is how where the commercial sheep industry is going. That's that's where we're headed, is tall-fronted and good-looking, and you get your hands on that one, and she still handles with some mass and power up high. I really appreciate that one. The one in second, not taking anything away from her, a really good build kind of ewe, and I think where she excels over third is she still flexes out of her hock there and moves how she should out of her rear too, and you appreciate that about her. I just like to tuck her up in her chest floor and elevate her out of her shoulder just a little bit to go any higher today, but a nice ewe for that young lady. The young man there and next, that one that's a similar story is the one that won the class, tall-fronted, good-shouldered. I just want to fix her in her rear 2 wheels there. I want to give her a little more flex out of that hock and a shot more stifle there to go any higher today. And we get on down the line here, just some sheep that we need to redesign in their front end and clean them up and refine them just a little bit to go any higher today. But let's give all those young people a round of applause.
Results of your commercial yearling ewe class: first, Madison Myers; second, Sophie Ham; third, Elliot Weishauer; fourth, Estella Gover; fifth, Elliot Weishauer; and sixth, Violet Miller. We're now ready for our commercial junior ewe lamb class. This class has 7 entries, including the following exhibitors: Luke Myers, Elliot Weishauer, Estella Gover, Elliot Weishauer, Kylie Medlin, Sophie Hampt, and Emma Shaw. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion commercial ewes.
Congratulations in our AOP dry yearling class. First place is Hunter Hoff. Second place, Lloyd Arball. Because those are our AOP goats, Hunter will also be winning junior champion AOP. Lloyd has reserve champion AOP. Hunter will also be winning grand champion overall AOP. And Lloyd is our reserve grand champion AOP. In the ring now, we're moving on to our Nubian show, and we have our Nubian junior kid class with a single entry from Britta Ricard.
We'd like to take a quick moment here to wish Miss Candy Cole a very happy birthday.
Yeah, junior kid.
All right, we have a single entry in our junior kid class. She's a sharp and angular kid with nice front legs, and so she's worthy of a blue ribbon today, and I look forward to seeing her come back in the ring for champion.
Congratulations to our first place Nubian junior kid, Britta Ricard. On the dairy goat side, we're going to hit pause for just a second. We have exhibitor in the sheep ring. We'll hold the show for a minute or two to ensure that she gets a chance to show her animals.
Over on the sheep side of things, the young lady that's going to lead off the class, I think hit me the hardest as soon as she hit the ring. One that you get off to the side, and that thing it runs uphill. It's good shouldered. It's built really good right there, and it's front 1/3. And you get your hands on her, and she definitely doesn't give up any slack there. She still handles with some shape and with some mass up high. I think a very nice way to go ahead and lead off the class. The young lady in second, but similar story, kind of similar build. I just not as quite as expressive and shapely right there behind her blade, and I'd like to see her just a little more square to the touch across her loin to move ahead of that one ahead of her, but a nice U for that young lady. And the young man coming out next, one that's good build on the back side here. I just want to see that thing elevated through its front 1/3 and just a bit, a little bit firmer touch to the handle today to go any higher. And we get on down through the line here, just some sheep we got to add some substance to and fix structurally to go any higher today. Let's give those young people a round of applause. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job. Good job.
Results of Class 99 is as follows. Congratulations to Estella Gover. Second was Sophie Hampt. Third was Elliot Weisschauer. Fourth was Kylie Medlin. Fifth to Elliot Weisschauer. Sixth to Luke Myers. And seventh to Emma Shaw. If you're following along in the program, 6, 3, 1, 5, 4, 2, and 7. We are now going to select your champion and reserve champion, Commercial U. From Class 97, we have Madison Myers, and her second was Sophie Hampt. And from our Class 99 Junior U class, we have Estella Gover, and her second was Sophie Hampt.
we get back out here for your champion commercial, you and the one out of that first class, one that is still youthful in her makeup and fresh to the touch. To bring a yearling back out in this kind of shape and condition, should be commended, because I know just as well as anybody that they get fat very quick, and to keep that one fresh and youthful and still looking good, and that one's build is very good. She's tall-shouldered, she's short-bladed, and her neck sits right on the top side of her blade, and and her front end is just designed how you'd like, and then you get your hands on her, and she has a ton of shape up high, and certainly a nice one there in that first class. And the young lady in that second class, one that we talked about, it's designed from the side and really good. I don't know that she's as extended in her neck, and her front 1/3 is that yearling ahead of her, but certainly one that is designed very good, handles good, and maybe just a little immature today, in comparison. But with that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations, your champion commercial U was exhibited by Madison Myers, and that was sponsored by Brad and Elizabeth Thomas. Your reserve champion commercial U, that class was sponsored by Bobby Schmidt and family, and we'd like to congratulate Estella Gover. In our commercial pair of lambs, we have a single entry by Elliot Weisschauer. Following this class, we will continue to our pair of yearling ewes. And we also have a flock of commercials.
Thank you. You good? All right, we're back up and running on the dairy goat side, and so we'll welcome to the ring our Nubian dry yearling class. We have 2 entries from Estella Gover.
Well, we get back out here for your pairs, and here the young men bring us a nice pair of ewes here. I think they both complement each other in their build and design up through their front 1/3 there. I think that they pair very well, and let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to Elliot for exhibiting your first place commercial pair of lambs. We're going to give Elliot a chance to walk around here so he can get his pair of yearlings.
This is our dry yearling class, and one is placing over 2 for advantage in general appearance. When you watch them on the move, she's just a lot more level over that top line. She's also stronger on those feet and legs, especially those rear pasterns as she's moving around the ring than our doe that's standing in 2. She also has strength in dairy, or an advantage in dairy strength, being a little bit fuller boned than our doe that's standing in 2, a little bit more open in those ribbing than our second place animal. I do want to commend on the dairyness of ours, but she's a little bit fine boned to be able to move her up into first place today.
Well, the young men bring us another pair of ewes over here, yearling ewes, and a nice set. And I think they go, they both complement each other and have some, give or take. And I'll be interested to get them back out here against the other ones if we were doing that. But let's give these young men a round of applause.
Congratulations. Your commercial pair of yearlings were exhibited by Elliot Weishauer. And we are going to conclude our commercial classes with, I believe we have a commercial flock. So that means if you have wool breeds, please start getting your lambs ready. We're going to start with Junior Ram Lamb in just a moment.
In our Nubian dry yearling class, congratulations to Estella Gover's Striptease. Second place to Estella Gover's Fancy Like Applebee's. In the ring now, we're selecting our Nubian junior champion.
Single entry for the flock division over here, and just to commend the young man again for bringing a good solid set of sheep all day, and his ring help has been great, and he does a phenomenal job of getting these things shown and presented, and well, let's give him a round of applause, and we'll move on.
We'd like to congratulate Elliot Weishauer on exhibiting his commercial flock. That does conclude our commercial division. We are now ready to move on to wool breeds. We will start our wool breeds with Class 107, a single Junior Ram Lamb entry by Nathan Crome.
All right, so this is our selection for junior champion in the Nubian division. I think that our junior champion is pretty obvious, at least in my mind, and that's going to be our senior yearling, just for her strength. She's a powerhouse of a doe, just open, level of that top line, strength in that front end assembly, good strong feet and legs. So she is going to be our grand champion. And then when we go to select our reserve champion, it gets a little bit closer, but you got two very similar type of animals. So for me, it comes down to dairy strength. And when you get your hands on these two animals, and if you put your hands on these two animals, and you really start to feel the openness of ribbing, and I think that you would see it, what I see. I mean, I know you guys don't get to put your hands on the does, but I am going to go down to our younger doe for my reserve junior champion. She's just a really open doe, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing this doe as she grows up in the future.
Congrats.
Back over here on the sheep side of things, a nice single entry to start off the wool breed division here, and a young man brings us a really tall-fronted, good-looking kind of a ram there to be a single entry. I'll be excited to get him back out here a little later on, and he can withstand some competition. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
On our dairy goat side, congratulations to Estella Gover's Striptease, who is our Nubian Junior Champion. Congratulations to Britta Ricard on exhibiting our Reserve Junior Champion, Bluebell.
If you saw some of my
In the ring now, we'd like to welcome our Nubian Milker Show. We're going to begin with our 2-year-old milkers, and we have a single entry.
We'd like to congratulate Nathan Crone for exhibiting your Wool Breed Champion Ram. We're now ready for our Wool Breeds Yearling U class. Looks like we have 4 entries from Emma Shaw and a single entry from Nathan Crone. So there should be 5 head in this class. Again, 4 entries from Emma Shaw and a single entry from Nathan Crone.
All right, we have a single entry in our 2-year-old class. This is a first freshening doe that is worthy of first place ribbon, and she could handle a lot of competition. She's just sharp, angular, has a nice mammary system that is good extension to that fore. So she's worthy of ribbon, and I look forward to seeing her come back into the ring to compete for champion.
Congratulations to our first place Nubian milking 2-year-old, Estella Gover's Moulin Rouge. In the ring now, we have our Nubian milking 4-year-olds. We have a single entry with a scratch. Ariella Currents is a scratch. We welcome Estella Gover.
So just one? I'll just take it.
I like this.
You can see some of it, yeah. You can see a little part of it.
Like I got it in my pocket. All right, this is a single entry in our 4-year-old milking class. Another very dairy animal, a nice, sharp, angular doe. She unfortunately had a little bit of mastitis, but she's cleaning it up, and it is unfortunate though because she does have a nice rear udder that if we had the other side, it would be very, very competitive.
We're back over here on the sheep side of things, and a young lady that's going to start off the class, I think does so pretty handily. One that's, you'd want to study the design, how that one's made in its front end, and it's neater shouldered and it's good necked, and it gets around the ring how they should. I think that's a pretty logical way to go ahead and start the class. A young man in second, one that, in comparison, maybe just stretch out one up and elevate her up through her shoulder to get over that one in front of her, but a nice U there in second. And we get on down the line here, just some sheep of different kinds, and to go and maybe just need to make them a little better at the ground and to move any higher today. But let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 110, Wool Breed Yearling Ewes. First and second to Emma Shaw. Third to Nathan Crome. Fourth and fifth to Emma Shaw. At this time, we have Class 112, Wool Breeds Junior Ewe Lamb. We have a single entry by Nathan Crome.
We have another single entry. This is an 8-year-old doe. I really appreciate her strength on her feet and legs, the strength in that general appearance that she is exhibiting, and I look forward to seeing her in the ring in just a moment.
In our 4-year-old Nubian milking class, congratulations to Estella Govers, A Little Pickle. And our Nubian milking 5-year-old class, congratulations to Estella Govers, Fat Tuesday. Today, in the ring now, we'll be selecting our senior champion Nubian. Following that, we'll be selecting our grand champion Nubian. And attention all dairy goat exhibitors, now that the other shows have wrapped up and our exhibitors are back, we're going to get right with our program. So from Nubians, we're going to go back to Alpines, get our Alpines taken care of. So following our Nubian show, we ask our Alpine exhibitors to be ready at ringside. Thank you.
The young man brings us a nice single entry here, and one that is good and elevated up through her front end, and gets around the ring with some flexibility. And I'll be interested to get that one back out here in a little while. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results of Class 112. Congratulations to Nathan Crome. We're going to go ahead and bring our Wool Breeds in and select our champion and reserve champion, Wool Breeds ewe. Your champion is sponsored by Andy and Joanne Cashman, and your reserve is sponsored by Pleasant Valley Farms. From Class 110, we have Emma Shaw first, and Emma Shaw's in second. And in Class 112, we have Nathan Crome representing this division.
All right, this is our selection for our senior champion, and there's a couple trade-offs between our does, but I think that when you look at the scorecard and you're looking at all of the categories, the category that I'm going to focus on right now is mammary system, and there is a doe out here that excels the others in this capacity, the forudder extension, the proper size of mammary system for her age. So for my champion today, I'm going to go down to my 2-year-old first freshener. And she was a single entry, so I am going to go back up to the top of the line for my reserve to this beautiful 8-year-old doe that is standing on such beautiful feet and legs.
Well, we get back out here for your champion Wool Breed ewe, and I think there's one that just excels in a lot of places and checks the most boxes and is probably the most balanced in this particular lineup, and and I think that's where she excels. She balances in her line, she looks good up through her front end, and then for your reserve, it's a pretty similar pair, and we'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to Estella Govers Moulin Rouge, our senior champion Nubian. And congratulations to Estella Govers Fat Tuesday, our reserve senior champion. In the ring now, we'll be selecting our grand champion Nubians. We need our senior and junior champions in the ring, along with our reserves.
We'd like to congratulate Emma Shaw for exhibiting your champion and reserve champion Wool Breed. We are now going to select we have a pair of Wool Breed, pair of lambs exhibited by Nathan Crome. If you had a breed champion, please start making your way ringside. All breed champions, ewes and rams ringside at this time, please.
A single entry pair of lambs here, and yeah, they're pretty similar in their type and kind, and they represent the breed characteristics there, and yeah, the young people have done a fantastic job with yeah, getting them to this point and presented and through the ring, and yeah, they should be commended. But let's give them a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate Nathan Crome for exhibiting his first place pair of lambs in the wool breed division. We now have a pair of yearling wool breed sheep exhibited by Emma Shaw.
A single entry over here with another pair of yearling ewes, and a similar story. You know, they share the same characteristics. You know, they both you know, complement each other the way they should, and you know, the exhibitors have done a fantastic job you know, getting them through the ring and getting them shown today. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, as we bring back our senior champion, our reserve senior champion, our junior champion, our reserve junior champion, for our selection of grand champion and reserve grand champion, I am going to stay with our two does that are at the top of the line for our grand and reserve. They just have the advantage in that mammary system over our younger does, although I am looking really forward to seeing these two younger does in the ring when they get some mammary system under them to be a little bit more competitive today.
Congratulations to Emma Shaw for exhibiting your pair of yearlings in the wool breed category. We are ready to move on to the selection of our grand champion ewe and ram. In my book, it says we're doing ewes first, but we've been doing rams first all day. So whatever it says in the book, okay, I'll follow you. So you should be getting your ewes. All breed champion ewes need to be in the makeup area. Breed champion ewes to the makeup area. Additionally, we will be doing a bred and owned champion at the end of the show. Exhibitors, you may choose one selection, bred and owned, to bring back. Thank you.
Congratulations to our grand champion Nubian, exhibited by Estella Gover, Moulin Rouge. And congratulations to our reserve grand champion Nubian, exhibited by Estella Gover, Fat Tuesday. In the ring now, we're getting ready to start our Alpine show. And so in the ring, we have our Alpine Junior kids. We have 2 entries. And attention, our dairy goat exhibitors, like I said, now that we're back on schedule, we're just going to follow the book. And so from here, after our Alpine show, we'll be moving on to our La Mancha show. So our exhibitors can be prepared.
In the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors. Your champion Katahdin was exhibited by Emma Cole. Your champion Shropshire was exhibited by Elliot Weisschauer. Your champion Dorset was exhibited by Estella Gover. Your champion Commercial ewe is being exhibited by Madison Myers. And from our last division, your champion ewe from the wool breeds is exhibited by Emma Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we pick our supreme ewe in the 2026 Carroll County Fair.
This is our Alpine Junior Kid class. I'm going to start with 1/2 for advantage in general appearance. She is just showing us a little bit more strength over that top line, especially on the move, being a little bit stronger in those the front end assembly, especially on the move. Her shoulders just really track and glide across her withers more appropriately than our doe that's standing in 2. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, being a lot more open in those ribs than our second place animal. I do want to commend our second place animal for that long neck that she is exhibiting us today.
Well, we jump back over here to the sheep side of things, and here we bring out the respective breeds here, and I'm not going to go down through and describe them all. Yeah, there's one out here that probably suits my agenda and where I think that the commercial sheep industry should be and where they are headed. I'm not one for big speeches, but I just want to thank Andy and the crew for having me out today to sort all 3 species, and it's been an absolute blast. And the exhibitors are incredible, and you got a lot of good things going on here in the state of Maryland. And honestly, it's my first trip down here, and in my drive last night, when you think Maryland, you think beach and Baltimore and all the things, and riding through rural Maryland was refreshing. The agriculture is alive and well down here, and it was really nice to see that, and get to spend some time and reflect why I do what I do here. And it's been a great day spending it with your exhibitors, and they've done a fantastic job. And if I can offer some advice to you, I'm still pretty young. I don't have all the life advice, but thank the committee. This is it's time consuming. It is not cheap. Thank your families, because they're giving up a lot to get you to this point. Thank you will go a long ways to those folks. But with that being said, there's one out here that suits me pretty well, and and I'll go out and shake the hand of your supreme you.
We have a single entry in our intermediate kid class. Doe that could have a little bit of competition and show strong on those feet and legs, level over that top line, proper angulation to those rear legs, and she's worthy of that blue ribbon that she has earned.
We would like to take this second to congratulate our Supreme Champion ewe here at the 2026 Carroll County Fair, and that came out of our crossbred division and was exhibited by Madison Myers. In the ring at this time, we are now going to select our Supreme Ram. Your champion Katahdin was exhibited by Emma Cole. Your champion Shropshire was exhibited by Elliot Weishauer. Your commercial ram is being exhibited by Kylie Medlin. And your wool ram is being exhibited by Nathan Crome.
On our Dairy Goat side, congratulations to Emily Sanders for exhibiting our first place Alpine Junior Kid. That's Emmy's Page. Second place goes to Emily Sanders Matilda. In our intermediate class, congratulations to Emily Sanders and Marley. In the ring at this time, we have a single entry for our Alpine Senior Kid class.
All right, this is a single entry in our senior kid class. This is a February kid, just a really beautiful, open-ribbed, level kid. It just shows a lot of strength in general appearance, dairy strength, body capacity. I wish that there was a lot more competition for her because I think that she could withstand quite a bit of competition, and she's definitely worthy of a blue ribbon.
Before we get all your breeds back out here for a champion or a supreme ram, and I'm not going to speak to you again, but again, thanks for having me. It's been an absolute blast. The kids are incredible. The stock has been just as good just as good as the kids. And in this lineup, I think there's one that they brought a gun to a knife fight, for lack of better terms. I think it wins for fun, and then the rest are just if there was a reserve, they're fighting for a reserve. With that being said, I'll go ahead and get you a supreme ram.
Your Supreme Champion Ram was exhibited by Kylie Medlin. We have one final thing to do here in our breeding sheep, and that is to exhibit for our bred and owned. Bred and owned exhibitors may bring one of their sheep back in to be selected for champion bred and owned.
It's our senior yearling. This is a doe that is worthy of a blue ribbon. She's standing on some strong feet and legs. Her angulation to the rear set is nice. She is excelling in dairy strength, being a very open doe. And I look forward to seeing her in the ring for junior champion.
Alpine Senior Kid class, congratulations to Britta Ricard's Bumbles Bounce. And in our Alpine Dry Yearling class, congratulations to Emily Sanders, Miss Maribel. At this time, we'll be selecting our Alpine Junior Champion. We need all our first and second place entries in the ring.
Before we bring your bred and owned back out, and I think this division is pretty cool. We don't really have much of this in Pennsylvania where I'm from, and I have some appreciation for it because I know at a young age and you're trying to raise these things with your family or raise them on your own. It is hard, and I've talked out through the goats and through the pigs, and the amount of kids that are still raising these things is commendable, and my hat's off to you guys for getting them to this point. And similar story. There's an outlier in the group that just is that much, or is very good, and is pretty special.
We'd like to take this moment to congratulate Kylie Medlin for being the champion bred and owned exhibitor in our sheep show here today. That does conclude us on this side of the ring. We would like to thank everyone for being here with us today. We are going to take some pictures at the backdrop. I would also like to take this quick moment to thank Judge Ryan Driscoll for coming in today and judging for us. He has quite the trip home this evening, and we really do appreciate him being here all day.